opportunity to pull you, push you away. Oh, I'm saying, getting a chance to go back. Yeah. Yeah, no. When I say the thing I wasn't not knowing this.
That's awesome. No, I love it.
Of course. They all want to win. That's why they don't have to like it. You hate to hear it. There's this something that is every time I see it, it's a nice vibe.
I told him that.
Wow.
I had to show Jazzy and Peyton because
Yeah. No, it's all good. And I left because that is the funny part of having. I know they're adults now and they're super responsible.
It was crazy. Like the most striking possible image. Who's that district?
my first district, like as a baby, is super exciting. It's like you're old. It's like that district. When you were just your senior year, and I remember saying, you're last year. That's what I do that for. Yeah. For NDT, I watch you eat this shit out of you. That's what here's the jack white.
Spitting in it, you know?
Oh,
It's crazy. What's up, Mickey? You ready for this day?
Flash burger for you forever. Spoiler alert. Lady's like, butter out. Get on here. You give me my dance. I'll stick you on. Okay. It's a bad thing. It's such a hard. Yeah. I think so.
Liability cards these days. There was a 2024 PhD in biology, PhD in psychology. I have person been in school for so long to prove psychoanalysis is falsifiable.
Okay.
Yeah. You could lie with a PhD. But for debate terms, it's fantastic. My truth level cares.
It'll be a joy.
Vote for who represents. Ah, of course. I'll write that down.
I didn't get it already.
Hey, I'm taking off for $200 per 300. It's the finals!
Hey, both goes for 600.
Yo, got him. You can't 600. Hey, look.
You said 600?
600. Huh? Hey, I need that watch off of you. Yo, I'm really deciding these two teams' futures, bro. You know the amount of power I got in my hands? No amount of post rounds gonna finish. I'm gonna say I was wrong, but I can't do nothing. No, what? You know what my line's gonna be? I know you're better than me, but not in this instance. Not in this. Oh my days.
Enjoy the second place trophy.
Right.
They say second place is the first loser.
Oh, y'all don't know what time I love for. I don't know why y'all didn't strike me. You still got an option. No.
We don't still have the option.
You still do have the option, right?
Yeah, go. No, definitely not.
Marvin. Why would I strike you?
I'm not gonna answer this question. There it is. Wait, I do need photos. Does anyone have flow in this room?
Never mind. This is gonna be a chaotic panel.
Oh
God, man, you two together.
Yeah, I know. This is who you've decided to put your. You chose this.
Not all at once.
I'll take one of these.
Hey, you could get Zach to replace me.
Where is he?
I don't know where the fuck he is.
Is he still here?
I don't think so.
He left, but he did go too.
Huh?
Wait,
Oh yeah, he did the dog earlier.
horizontal flowing, bro.
Horizontal.
Horizontal flowing, bro.
It's lit.
Oh my God.
There was no heat.
Gumi.
Fuck!
Oh, no. They did? Oh, Gumi.
Jesus Christ.
In 4 hours.
It's time.
Right.
4 hours.
Perfect stop.
You decide.
Yeah, but I couldn't figure that out first.
What? Yo. Ain't nobody gonna stop me. He fired us. She was crazy. What? Oh, this is nicer than breaking at the NDT. Like, you really gotta listen to my decision, bro. What? Oh.
Marvin, you must sail this instead.
I am gonna sit. I'll do a 4-1, and guess what? I'm gonna be right. For this one time in my life. I'm gonna be like, I know. But.
Don't cross the line.
You know what I'm waiting for?
I'm gonna go right up the crowd about 5 minutes before I take everybody.
No, I'm not. I'm graduating. No, you got a public here. You got a public. You know my RD gonna be 3 times right now. That's wrong. You said come trash ass RD. They can judge you about next. Come on, what? You ain't got no on next. What? I can't wait for this flashback. I'm about to get all the type of I'm gonna get flashbacks, backflash. What's up? That's not no fire, that's a new one. Y'all think, I got my end of the 10:35, bro. Until 3 a.m. I'm ready. Nah, hey, after the week. Wait, so then I'm so now I can't get shit from another person. But I pick a 4-1, I'm gonna be like, not my age, maybe a little older. That's it. Most of these got their favorite I'm sorry. Exactly. That's all I'm thinking. Why'd you go again? Oh no, God did. God did. Oh, here we go. Come on, hard. Sing. Hey. You wanna sit with me? Nah. I know Julian's gonna sit, bro. No, boy, me, Julian.
This is my first one.
Hey, this Light Skin Brigade. Oh my God, bro. Then we got Matt.
It's 10:30, bro.
Oh, it's that party on the back, bro. What? I'm waiting. What is this?
How do you know?
Bro, y'all, hey, y'all, you know who he is, bro. What do you about?
Yeah, it'll be a fun round.
Right, CSU's like, oh, yeah, oh, you don't know us.
That's crazy.
The amount of DMs I got saying, why you I got something to prove.
Yeah, that's
She's still happening. Oh, Timmy Tope. They said there's a stream going on. Hold on, there's a stream. Oh, what's up, chat?
to make sure you think
It's on. Wait, alright, chat. Talk to me, chat. What's the word? Who we going for? Alright, what y'all think the 2-0 and the 2A is gonna be? Let me know. I got parlays in. Please. Whoa, why you talking to me that? Whoa. Y'all saw that? It's biased. The place is biased. Oh, hey, they done screwed up with me. Oh.
All right, so we're at showtime. So let's take our places, everybody.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought the start time was 10:30.
The start time of the debate's 10:30. We start the introductions and the thank yous. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, why these random people calling me? Hey, Arjun, leave me alone.
Arjun,
Yes.
My high schooler is calling you. What's my high schooler calling you? Tell me you should be prepping right now. Pick up the dog.
Arjun?
Yeah, pick up.
Arjun,
Yeah. Arjun, why aren't you prepping right now? Don't you have work to be doing?
That's Kumi. That's big bro Kumi.
You haven't done the drill.
I can pay Kumi 300.
Good, how are you doing? Happy, right? This is amazing.
My high schooler is calling tomorrow.
On your phone?
On his phone.
He's on the phone with the high school.
Hold on, if my
It's the child I coach.
Hold on, I feel like paparazzi, bro. Yo, what's up, Timmy? Timmy in the finals, bro. Bro, we made it up the hood, bro. Wait, no, that's not. They didn't want to talk to you, bro. Hey, so that he could get out the misogynistically. Right. Alright, that's enough.
Alright, thank you. Marvin's demanding the phone back.
Demanding. Whoa.
Alright.
Alright, we gotta get started. Alright, peace.
Same slide, everybody's nice and
Bye.
I nominate two. For in favor, say aye.
Alright, I was working on my pieces, bro.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final round of the 80th National Debate Tournament. This is a remarkable moment and an impressive moment for these two fantastic teams. And one of the things the NDT has done over the last couple of years is ensure that we create a special carve-out at the beginning so they can give some thanks to the folks that have helped them along their journey to make this moment possible. Each of the students will have 5 minutes to give their thanks. A little bit of NDSA style. I'll be timekeeping that, so we're actually at 5 minutes, so we start on time. And at the conclusion of those 4 thank yous, we'll move actually into the start of the debate. The debate is being live streamed. I posted the link on Facebook so your grandparents can find it. And with that, I will otherwise first introduce the participants and then turn over the floor to them. On the affirmative, from California State University of Long Beach, Daniel Medina and Curtis Farrell Ortega. On the negative, from Emory University, Daniel Gallagher and Ike Song. With that, I'll take my leave. Long Beach, first.
Oh, it was a 30 speech.
I actually should have my timer for this. Okay.
Okay. First, I want to say thank you to the president, Andrew Jones, Cal State Long Beach. I also want to thank our intern CLA Dean, Daniel Conner, who I actually have a pretty close relationship with, great guy. Also the Associate Dean, Donna Nickel. Also the department admins, Jeanette and Alfonso. Our provost, Karen and Gunn. And also our department chair, Jennifer and Kevin Johnson, who have been great supporters of the team, and our alumni who generously donate to our scholarship endowment, especially Jay and Rob. Okay, really quickly, my family, my mother, I love her to death. I think she's watching right now. I've called her every out round, just like complaining about like rounds and being ridiculous about speeches. She loves me to death. I love her to death. That's my rock. My sister Sierra, 4 years older than me. We always fight, never get along, but probably has helped my debating some way, shape, or form. So I appreciate her and everything she does for me. My grandmother, my grandmother Shirley, my dad, who always taught me to be a leader, everybody else in my family, including my grandfather, my grandma Linda, grandma Treasure, etc. Okay, high school. Lauren Willard, the only reason why I'm in debate, did not have any sort of extracurricular when I was growing up, did not know what I wanted to do with life, but she saw me as a 9th grader who really had a knack for English and writing, forced me to be on the debate team even after I tried to leave. And I did catch the debate bug at 16, and 7 years later, I still have it. Thank you for always believing in me. My first debate partner, Destiny Popoka, one of my best friends to this day, known her since middle school, actually created me because I was like an NPC before I met her. She gave me personality, my great friend. I love her to death. My debate captains, Alexis, Seth, Carly, Alyssa from freshman year, Ryan Upson, the first debater I've ever coached, Cameron Ward, that's UMP and OG. Thank him so much for everything he's done for me and guidance. And also shout out all the UDLs, including Landell. Thank you for giving underprivileged kids in Los Angeles area the ability to learn, debate, and grow from the paper pairings to Subway sandwiches to late night war ceremonies. I'll always love it. Okay, college. No particular order. First is going to be Elijah Smith. Thank you so much for being a guiding figure. First time I ever met you was at the Brick City Round Robin. I remember being on my phone eating as Devin and Diego's talk strategy. B looked at me, cussed me out, told me to get the hell up and actually start prepping. Did not think I'd have dedication or effort without him and Ryan. Willie Johnson, great staple. Kids don't understand that, and I don't think you get enough credit. Okay, I realize we're running out of time, so I'm going to start naming dropping people. Taylor Bro, Kenny Delph, Justin Green, Will Baker, Sean Kennedy, my white dad, Adrian Bavero, Vita and Morgan, obviously, John Turner, Nick Diaz, Anna Bittner, who was a great help to us this weekend and has definitely helped me grow in debate, Nine Abad, Eric Lanning, my biggest hater, Tyler Snelling, T. Snelling, my goat, Ryan Kavanaugh, one of the smartest people I've ever met in debate, E.C. Powers, very authentic, great judge, loved CSU, OBOF versus Wyoming LP debates. Asia Butler, one of the most influential people I've ever met in debate, one of the smartest, most inspirational people who has like kept me from not like ruining myself in disappointment, has kept me going. Michaela Mawson, Becca Steiner, Lindsay Shook, Jackie Post, Scott Harris, Christina Bice Gustafson, Val McIntosh, DJ Williams, Devon, DeMarvin, thanks for everything. Taj, Ayana, so smart, so amazing. Jaleesa Jackson, Jeremiah Ripson, my little bro, Anastasia and Spencer, the president of ID Afghanistan, my really great person, and Spencer, who's really amazing. Stephen Lewis, Jonathan Meza, Michaela Short, Spencer and Gray from Iowa, May Dingley, Elizabeth Elliott, Mark Kivamaki, Omar Darwish, Nick Lassen, Lorelai Lassen. Okay, people who've helped me in debate as a career as a helper. Davon Love, you've heard me say his name probably a million times. Amazing person. Luis Andrade, Brendan Montez, Isai Ortega, Andres Marquez, Emerson Tobias, Martin Sands, Dorian Garola, Gene Kim, Duncan Stewart, Roberto Fernandez, who's helped us out, Alice Escobar, I love you to death, dude. You're one of my best friends. I appreciate you so much. I can't wait to grab coffee after this and talk about this. Okay, last 5 people. My first ever debate partner in college, who is literally my best friend and do everything together. Diego Jay-Z Flores, who's here. Gio Liriano, the person who's taught me so much about critical literature, believes me to this day and never was afraid to hold me up when I really felt like I was at my worst in debate. Jason Green, one of my rocks, so underappreciated in debate, one of the smartest people I've ever met. She's like a bigger sister to me. Don't know where I would be without her. Daniel Medina, you are so fucking, I can't curse. You're so great at debate. I really do appreciate you and I care about you. Thank you for putting up with me even when I'm not doing my best. Devin Cooper, it's indescribable what you've done for my life. I think you've saved my life. I'm trying to cry here. I don't know what I would do without you. I don't know what I would be without you, and I'm so thankful to have you as my coach. That's 5 minutes of it. There we go. Alright, so what, I start my 5 minutes. Okay, so just real quick, I just wanted to shout out some of the Long Beach people, Rhiannon, Isaac, Annika, Iz. Yeah, I also wanted to start off for people from UDLs, obviously. Shout out Landel, shout out to Luke Hill, who hired me and talked to me about debating and making sure that I always got opportunities inside of my local UDL in Los Angeles. And shout out to Amy Sanchez as well, and Caitlin from Miami, Jay Flo, who has always helped keep UDLs afloat, as well as Lando. So yeah, I would also like to start off by thanking my partner Tanya, who will probably watch this later, but thank you for always supporting me as a partner, no matter what. You always have had my back, and do that I would always get here someday. And I'm just very happy to be here. And it's been a long road. Yeah, and I'm just very grateful that I can be here today, and that I've always gotten your unconditional support. And for my coaches, Gio, I haven't gotten to know you as much, but I'm sorry. I'm very glad that I've been here to be able to receive the greatest advice that you've ever given me. You're one of the smartest people I know in debate, and yeah, I just appreciate all of your pre-round prep. It's been amazing, and I wish we could probably talk more after this, but it's been amazing to know you. Devin, you're amazing. I know I love to I know I love to mess around with you, but you're one of the best coaches ever. And I'm just so happy to be here at Long Beach. I always wanted to be here ever since I saw you, Diego, debate. You've always been an inspiration to me. And I always loved rewatching your rounds even before the NDT. I was watching your debates versus Emory KR in Texas, and I just loved how you always cooked them, flamed them. It was very amazing to see it. And I'm so happy it's been 4 years with you, and I don't even know where the hell you're over there. Yeah, it's been nice. And I'm just happy to be here. Jason, you're amazing. I already told you this. I'll definitely hug you after again, but you're so smart, amazing. I would never learn anything about like Marxism if it weren't for you. Your thesis is probably gonna be so goated, maybe I might cut it. So will everybody else.
but you're extremely down to earth. You always know how to make people feel comfortable. It's just been an honor, and I could have never asked to work with it's such an amazing staff. No other staff is better, and I'm just very honored to have been one of your students. And I hope that, after this, regardless of what happens, I can be here for another 2 years, and see what happens. Okay. So my partner from Wendell, Desiree, they were with me for 3 years in the activity. I owe a lot to them. Without them, I would never be here. Diego knows this. They helped me so much. We were the first team to qualify to the TOC from our UDO school, and we were the second team in our UDO to ever do it in the history of Wendell. And I wish I could debate with you in college, but now you're at UCLA. But it's fine. Whatever. UCLA is a good school. Martin, thank you for always sticking around despite everything. You've been such an amazing help. We've read some of your cards, even though you may not still be debating anymore. You've still been an amazing help. Alice, also, my eyes are watering, so sorry. But thank you for always being here, supporting me, always being one of the easiest people to talk to in the team. It made it so easy just to come to college and just, find that community for Latina debaters. It's just, I just can't even fathom. And then my parents, Mom, I love you. You've always been there for me. You've always told me that I was going to do amazing and great things. And now I believe you. My dad, I also love you to death. I love you so much. You work so hard. You do so many things. You're just a superhero to me. And I wish that I'm definitely going to give you the greatest hug ever once I get home. Same with my grandma and my brothers. I love you all to death. I'm just excited to be here. Everybody shout out Iowa Wake, Liberty, Kansas, all the great K teams in the world. And yeah, I love you.
You go first. I can finish this, yeah.
All right.
Hey, you asked.
You got time, bro?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm not. Good catch. I have way less written down, but I want to thank my family, my mom, my dad, my brother. They've been there for me the entire time. My grandparents, specifically my grandfather, who is really, really into debate. He makes his own charts, tries to tally up how each team is doing based off stats that don't necessarily reflect exactly what's happening, but shows just a love and dedication for the activity and a support for me that I really, really appreciate. Everyone at Emory, it's been the best 3 years. The team has welcomed me with open arms. They've been so hospitable. I'm gonna miss people, but please forgive me. The administration, first and foremost, for supporting debate in the face of, our budget got cut. We've had some issues with medical funding, but the administration, all the deans that have stuck by the Barclay Forum, the Emory alumni that have stepped up and made sure that, we are able to bring the amount of people that we do and make as many people participate as possible. I want to thank the NDT apparatus, everyone behind the scenes that's making sure this tournament runs as smoothly as possible. I want to thank the University of Houston for hosting. I know it's not the easiest thing in the world, but it's been an incredible tournament. It's been a great experience. The rooms have been awesome. Everything has gone really, really well. More people specifically at Emory. I want to thank Margaret, my old partner. We've had an incredible 2 years together. I had just so much fun. It was the best in the world. Serena and Jack, their career was unfortunately cut short this year. They had a hell of a season, and I really just thank you for everything they've done. They've been role models for so many younger debaters, Serena specifically. I have to shout out Essen obligatorily. I promised him that I would. Everyone else, I'll get to Ike later. I want to thank CSU. We've had just, over the last 3 years for Curtis, 2 for Daniel, we've had just some of the most fun ever. I love thinking about debate. I love debating y'all. It's the best thing in the world, and I really wouldn't want to debate anyone else in this situation.
Okay, got that. People in debate that have been an inspiration to me. I gotta thank Austin Oliver, my coach in high school, who taught me that this was a thing, convinced me to do it. I want to thank Gene, who stepped in the next year and taught me basically everything I know, for better or worse. I want to thank a bunch of people from Baltimore debate, the BCFL circuit, that probably don't remember judging me, but the things that they've said to me and the things that helped me got through a lot. I want to thank DB specifically. He's been like a mentor over the years. I hope he's doing well. I want to thank, I guess I'll get to Ike now. I don't even know what to say. This kid is, he is incredible. I've never met someone more dedicated to the activity. He has cut, and I think I'm pretty close to the last check here, about 1,983 cards this year. He loves it, and I love it, and I love debating with Ike. It's the greatest thing in the world. We have so much fun. Let's see, I got a minute 50. Other people, I can't really thank a person for this, but I want to thank everyone that's ever recorded a debate and uploaded it to YouTube. It basically taught me how to do this. I'm pretty sure I've watched maybe every debate ever posted on the internet. I think it's the best thing ever, and thank you for everyone who's ever taken the time to ensure that a recording gets up, because that can help a kid a lot, and people don't really understand the impact that has. Yeah, I want to thank judges and people that have helped me a lot out in college. Devon Kujwa specifically, I've learned more about debate than ever from just decisions, talking to people in the hallways. Anyone who I've ever spoken to in the hallway, everything everyone said to me has had a significant impact and transformed me into who I am. I really appreciate it. Let's see. The Emory coaches, Viva and Zahir, you guys mean more to me than anything I could ever express right now. You've been father figures, older brothers, whatever you want to call it. I can't say enough right now. I'll say more later. Michaela, holy shit, she's the nicest person in the world, the best coach ever. She's always there for you. She's I think everyone in the community can attest that you've had an experience where she's helped you out, she's said something, she's given a good RFD, she's the best. Gabe, all the other people, all the Emory people that work in the Emory office staff specifically. I want to thank Angela, Alicia. I want to thank Ed for being a mentor. He's talked, I don't know, I'm going to miss people. I love debate. I love Emory debate. I love debating you all, and excited. Thank you.
There's no way I'm making it through this without crying, but here goes nothing. I want to start thanking my mom. She is my best friend in the world, and she has taught me that, and I've learned through her example about the value of hard work, and she just says that her expectations for me are to be a kind person and to work hard, and I can't thank her enough. I love her so much. I want to thank my sister, Novi. She's 8. She's way smarter than I was when I was that old, and she's probably going to be way better at debate than me. She's the greatest. I love her so much. I want to thank the Emory administration for allowing us to debate and providing us resources and making all of this possible. I want to thank all the Emory alumni who very generously donate to our program. I want to thank the NDT, everyone that makes this tournament work, the tournament host, the administrators, everything. It's been an excellent experience. I want to thank the University of Houston for hosting the tournament. It's also been great. Couldn't have a better first NDT. I want to thank the Emory coaches, Vivek, Michaela, Zahir, Gabriel, and also people that we acquired more recently, like Adam, Shri, and also people who are now coaches and were formerly students like Bella, Margaret, everyone at Emory and the coaches, and really especially Daniel, just believed in me. which is incredible. I want to thank people who got me into debate. In high school, I was taught debate initially by John Sharp, Gabe Koo, Sim Lowe, and then a little later by Archen Sen. They, got me into this activity. I had 5 partners my senior year of high school. So I'm going to thank Mark, Ela, Dylan, Kevin, Michael, all of them. I wouldn't have kept debating if it weren't for them. CSU, you're great opponents. I'm happy that we got to debate so much this year, and it's always a pleasure. And I'm happy that we're debating now. I have just so many friends and amazing people in debate that keep me going and are just such a source of happiness and amazing things in my life. Rishi, Essen, and Jack, my 3 closest friends in the whole world. Even though Essen isn't here anymore, but I love people so much. Yeah, sorry. I want to thank all the people at Emory, Serena and Jack, Lucas and Cora, Aaron and Jared. They're all excellent. I'll miss all of the seniors very, very much. I want to thank all the student helpers and people who came along to make all of this possible. Allison, Johnny, Ethan, Aditya. If I'm forgetting people, I'm so sorry. This is crazy. I have a lot of other friends in debate. Jerry and Kento, I coached them last year, and they taught me a lot. I want to thank Arish Singhvi for when the Wi-Fi in my house went out, and he FaceTimed me and let me watch the overtime of a hockey game. I want to thank all the people from the Northeast debate circuit that were out, that taught me a lot about debate when I was in high school. I have more people on the phone. So I want to thank Dad. He lent me his external monitor. I did not pay for this. Haven't used it the whole year, but it's been incredible at the NET. It's making the 2AC 15% easier, which is a huge, huge help. All my other friends just make debate so incredible, and it's a lot of fun. And I want to thank Danny. This guy is the best partner of all time. He believed in me at a time when it was frankly absurd too. He's the best partner I've ever had, absolutely, and I love debating with him so much.
All right, Jack.
NDT round of finals. Wow. Are we waiting for it?
Start now? Now he's in prep.
What is he saying? It's set.
I signed up for a good one today.
I got some water right here.
Oh no, me too. It doesn't stop working. I'm drinking half the chat.
Doing good? Oh.
Yeah.
Are you gonna speak? Do we need the mic for this one? I don't know how to do.
No, we haven't that.
Oh, okay. No, I'm thinking for
What?
Let me download it.
Okay.
Oh wait. You sent it up?
Yeah.
It's on the channel.
Oh, I just got that.
What?
Oh,
It's right there.
I'm done.
You're gonna have to make some work on it now. Okay, did we all get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yes.
On July 18, 2025, the community came together for a holy day of prayer. This day was preceded by paragraphs of commentary and scholarship and weeks of deliberation across the nation state about the exact form of what this day should take place in order to develop more godly values and attitudes. After the one democratic vote, the community prayed to God, requesting topic B, United States federal government should establish traditions of the market for the United States. The justification for debating this topic was justified through the idea that the top of labor topic entry to be about power than the majority market not debate labor state in 1982. The top down around the comfort zone. It's now the conclusion of the topic. You have been debating this topic for 8 months now. You should think about it. What has the topic gotten in the debate to step out of the comfort zone? Debate has not stepped out of the comfort zone one bit for the past 8 months. The topic the debate has been at an all-time low. Policy debaters have read the same Fred Worker after most of the season, with the only new argument being about the comfort zone that debate is always occupied, which is nuclear war, economic decline, and more have not even begun to get to the question of power and labor as the topic promises in exchange for voting for it by excluding more nuanced and physical parts of labor and the topic that seem to feel uncomfortable. This is not a bug, but a feature of racial conflict where European enlightenment embraces the figure of the human in order to create intellect value systems and political systems that disseminate white and existence. The spiritual and cosmic will, it will be called white nihilism, which is the distracting foundation of the universe, is the value itself that tells when European thoughts about humanity and white European man's family system of white supremacy value don't live and like institutions directing reality by position of black and white universe exciting geographic psychology with nothing to be dominated with can be not along the background with the white economy of the firm and value of projections and labor and power is coherent to anti-black episteme that are grounded in European humanism. White consciousness have become infected as power turned into racial resentment, which forces black people to suffer to engage in the business and economic pledge, which just fills every economy and workplace from debate to the union, liberal inclusion, and form a racial lip service that authorizes the kick to engage in racial fantasies, providing non-black people with a bill with psychological wages and black people with imagined inferiority and black people to God fairness. That's 1223. The liberal positively the black community for better inclusion and recognition of racial equality to make white liberal guilty of also pleasure. That's what really joining the white liberal actualizer and actualize the weak side deliberate is doing something so we can strike and prevent it away from economics and no for us consist by black working because the system reacting if they witness improvement class structure, stabilize the system and channel to work to atomize the individual responses to conflict and this is going to encourage the action of the source of class formation racial not by economic racial design, no matter in the force of the ability economy and take over the building economy and a little bit of currency white dance public psychological ways the white workers are pass by voices white and they rebuild your white workers and by economic pay up to the consent of capitalists and authorize the business kick joints on service and during the anti-black reason by matching minority on the benefiting from this integrating all humanity and privilege being suffering of the white to orbit this process all the right time the white workers were really cycle no wages and black people with value for you going like fancy or harmony the essay doubly down the white benefit back in the ongoing and making encouraging white had white new victims and wrong with acting like community identity fancy where the white is attacked white solidarity from the counter for the end of black critique is missing and black is identity positive liberal attack the gospel go labor different issues for the black you presume inside the same is worth to realize something black folks and normally the mode of state engagement or and debate is undergirded by low reason which requires niggas to liquidate themselves which is the same as the real civil war that requires blacks to be terraformed in favor of human interest making violence inevitable that's eventually possibly the same as the real civil war that do firmer debate and critical believe that debate because of the firmer essential place to debate are trying to simulate policies by how white civil and then policy the concept and like vertical policy debate assume nobody unimagined and anti-black to the genocide of violence the face of future policy making an anti-black is no white clean to white clean and anti-black and genocide for the sake of no means civil coverage institutional gain negotiation happens on every about how to do nigga how niggas live and die for each other and anti-black codes alone script for black festival against human life and that's a coherent and universal model debate and it reproduces the master slave narrative creating a drive to mastery this reproduces child slavery to maintain black inhumanity that's ultimately what mastery are like this process of conscious inspiring absolute knowledge and when the other groups that recognition includes them mastery the the truth and mastery the fellows and mastery not for arrogance equal to other inferior good after not particular after the activity of labor and able to lose some of the universal abstraction and necessary for that then consciousness they got the into abstractly liberal and consciousness disappears black people must be enslaved to the black slave was no time to white honestly situated black humanity and non-necessary no share you can anti-black race rights and the black people and the black and struggle to from the black from his ability to the anti-black races master state conflict black humanity being found research for white knowledge conception and white desires to eradicate blacks and black nihilism confrontation white knowledge value for recognition black and source value will cannot go back that was slave to the best of your question debate the same in the first place. And so when they try to liquidate blackness, do a nigga bad and peep this footwork, that's every 22 black person ain't made for human repetition, do nothing, everything, anti royalist, white Obama, throwing right under the best of the difference, come on, make your living neighbor being the best of black people in the application, interrogation, black people, inform the black person, black humanism, and about human, and animate the nigga, fix the size of abstraction, black life in order to make sense, it says the office like with black people, a lot of people only not educated, but they won't become niggas, because niggas, they black people, when these are liquidated for all the capital feature of DNC, niggas are like how we go back to the process, liquidation, knowledge, social back people, personality, legalization, feature, the process of attracting moments, black life, relationships, to make a problem for humanity, wrongly with legalization, like right neighborhood security, the capitalization, over people for grant analyzing and detection, how they could live, and then they have actual naked people for recognition that there are black people and they're naked, the difference between them, and the nature of liberal black. And strong black nationalism and black noise have historically moved the needle involving racial progress and debate from Louisville and Towson using metaphorical interpretation of the topic, creating black liberation theology and quadrants to affirm black aesthetic practice. Continue with meantime debate about debate and communities that inhabit these spaces and Emporio Rutgers, Wake United, the crowns to critical debate, and just as intellectual as big political debating, came debate to start for the states of the world's anti-black, even the president's black line behind the debate still refuses to meet certain black participation at the meeting table. The topic starts off with a conversation of strengthening collective bargaining rights for workers in the United States, but refuses to debate about strengthening collective bargaining rights in debaters for this space. The head-to-one union and the PRL and other framework debaters have refused to listen to the demand of the black critical debaters and their call to engage in critical argument through a substantive manner rather than reading TUSG as ground for policing back debaters. Multiple examples: speaker point, inflation in response to the and not willing to speak words of Kentucky, arguments about racism being turned into microaggression leading to mass distortion of critical arguments, team refusing the secondary start for critical debaters that act racism and exploitation, right? Big policy-focused schools refusing to come to see that instead go to 88, and the silly estimates about the fair paradox are all example of how workers in the debate of unions still refuse to show up for black and brown debaters to gain the middle psychological wages of the white institute balance variation and the control of debate as workplace. So in response, fuck that. We vocally strike. Vote abstain does not matter whether or not we debated. The United States government should take collective market right to work for the United States through a lens of appreciation black idols and the justice between what absolute value, the anti-black values, in response to anti-black racism, fuck anti-black racism, fuck anti-black racism, fuck that black idols, idols, power for the spirit party, the struggle for like referring to the unsolicited really statement that makes protected for realism and criticism like style of protected to the age of having recorded during the national anthem saying fuck that. And the same offensive of what was wrong with what he said that typically value was like me involved Walker in the phenom activity eliminated protected from black and institute visibility and religion is black and anti-black racism announced this versus such a value being saying we should not care what the person say that person has nothing to say the Walker right protecting the anti-black racism as human the reason one who's doing is believe black worker rejecting some reasonable response to the unreasonable situation unreasonable from the reason with unreasonable reason in the attempt to give you or to create reason must go okay the fact that I've seen this Walker the fact that you take a hard speculate back to the watch society the human stop and we are promised fair education even though we know judges are racist and biased will not judge fairly if it means betraying their religious beliefs even if they say they do fuck that we are promised a topic and the people's paradigm reflect their judging fuck that even after we attempt to cater to a belief just to have Kurt Felski email us after we lose saying they suddenly changed their mind because we not believe we judged by other teams who support our libertarian ideology fuck that we are promised judges will stick to the flow even though people like Rice Rao will say in the Republic RD they will not vote for critical acts if they win the flow because they care about procedural fairness and racism all of a sudden why judges make their own interpretation of what Afro-pessimism is they figure out about proximity is they say Arlington does not matter because there's not consequences to the plan even though we know they are fuck that we were promised the entire tournament every participant expects the same outcome while teams shall tap tournaments or to get pairings earlier than the rest of the tournament even though we know what they're doing is wrong fuck that we were promised that teams should lose in round for lose making in round racist arguments and we get judged screwed away octos even after the 2 yard drop off bad fuck that we were promised the top will provide some new argument innovation or that policy team will incorporate new arguments we've never seen before when teams still police black debaters actively framework both on the AFF and the NEG telling us that if we switch sides we'd actually would engage in our arguments which is a racist dog was for only dislike counter debate fuck that this is our spiritual prayer to the black youth fuck that amen and tell us more my prayer this is my prayer after the right prayer I represent all the prayer directors of our own conscience strength my freedom use my prayer call upon our back like demise release of the mental and social quality of these promises and the hatred for black idols and may we may strongly value this best and may we can you learn excellently don't prayer and culture practice you know possibly values for that be back in humanity in the face of anti-black race and white not baby and reclaim fuck that amen I love you all but fuck that it's time to change our reflection of norms this debate and the ballot should be a reflection of what we think labor means and what we've learned from it and what we take away from it voting AFF says that the way we've currently done labor policy is unstable and must become inserted the NDT ceremony says that the future is in our hands in the face of ICE cracking down we have warfare racialized violence xenophobia etc and we need to recognize the pragmatic question in this debate and any debate of what we want our laboring conditions to be this question starts here with this ballot by you voting affirmative this is all we got including our community voting AFF is an invitation to think of labor insurgently voting negative is an empty invitation since it says we should do debate how it always is the NDT ceremony talks about we need to break away from politics now everybody does not do that and do not need this win because framework is the idea that debate if we debate in a certain matter we will have clash and argument refinement the issue is that this is the files of the NDT and they have to win that the topic was good and we thought labor is better than the opposite there is none and framework proves that and proves that voting AFF is a better use of your ballot because of the legacy of a certain debate voting AFF is a signal we can think of politics in a different way and by the way they're going to say clash and hate fuck that they're going to say we should be topical fuck that can I get an amen from the crowd can I get an amen Amen. Can I get an amen? 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 Amen. One more time. Amen. Amen. Fuck that. Black nihilism.
Good? Good.
Yeah.
You good? Okay. Would I have to say that it doesn't matter if we debated the res? If we win that it does matter or did matter, do we win?
I think it depends on how we qualify matter, but yes.
Okay, how do you qualify matter?
We qualify matter in the context of what the topic promise does and how topic debates have played out.
What do you think the topic promise does?
Sure, so the topic paper definitely says that, debating labor education will teach us power of democracy, how to learn to organize in certain places, how to expand those things into the outside world. Our argument is that nothing about the topic has done that, which is the false promise that is embedded within the racial contract.
So to be clear, it's your contention that the year that we've had debating the labor topic for the entire community has taught no one anything about democracy.
It's not just about anything, right? We made a claim about the things that the topic has specifically promised us are wrong.
But you said the topic promised us to teach us about democracy. You said it hasn't.
Well,
done
not
that.
just
So
that,
you're claiming
obviously.
that it
That's
hasn't
one
done
of the
that.
things, but it's not just that.
Okay, what else?
It also was like, oh, hey, we can learn how to organize. Debaters are going to enter the workplace, so they need to know how to collectively bargain and strike. Our argument is that nothing about debates under this season's topic has done that.
I guess why? Why has nothing about debates?
Because we assume a couple other things that are important. One, right, we make critiques about how topic mechanisms have devolved down to like process, versus other random arguments that don't teach us how to organize. I.e., just because you read collective bargaining does not mean that you know how to collectively bargain in the status quo.
Just because you read an app about collective bargaining, why?
Because it teaches you to skip past essential steps. It
Like
does
what?
not teach you. Yeah, sure. So, like for example, when we say, "Oh, we should just fiat passive things," right?
No,
the
like
idea
what
of
steps?
huh?
Like what steps?
So, for example, right, to implement collective bargaining policy, you
Yeah.
need to one propose the idea. Two, you need
Propose
to get
the
it.
idea, that
You
sounds
need to
good.
go up to some sort of legislative house and say, "Hey, we should pass collective bargaining."
You need to
obviously.
wait, sorry, why? To bargain at your workplace, you need to go to
No,
the
to
legislative house and say
collectively
we should
bargain.
pass collective
To
bargaining?
collectively bargain.
Yeah, to collectively bargain at your workplace, you need to go to the legislative house.
Well,
That's not
because
right.
because there's definitely a lot of job unions that do not have collective bargaining in the status quo.
Well,
and
that's
nothing about us
to
learning
get
about those things.
that's to get new workers collective bargaining. That's not okay. Whatever, it's fine.
Yeah, like what?
Zalula card says the libidinal economy. What is it?
We've identified it as a psychological understanding of blackness that justifies philic and phobic desires. This will probably become important, but we don't necessarily think this is a AFF win condition, and we'll
No, I agree. How do you come to the understanding? Like, how do you know that those psychological desires exist?
So while the evidence gives examples of workers doing things that they know are either bad for them or bad for black people, but still doing it because A, they benefit from it economically, and B,
Well, no,
because they hate black
that
people.
disproves the thing you said. Because
Why?
if they benefit from it economically, then it wouldn't be a psychological.
No, our
desire.
evidence says that you cannot separate the libidinal economy and the economic
Why?
economy. Because there are two motivating factors for that in the concept of debate and unions, right?
Why?
I.e.,
What are they?
because one, you can hurt black people because you hate them, but also if you know you can profit off of black people, that gives you a double incentive to exploit black people and commit anti-blackness.
Okay, sounds good. Getting judge screwed, why is it bad?
Getting judge screwed is bad because judges do racist shit in the RFD, i.e., oh, I know they say a slur, but
No, this
you know.
this one is just after the 2 AR drop the fiat back. Like, why is it bad?
No, because we said arguments for fiat's racist, and judges were like, oh, it's not, because, we do policy.
Wanted to see was sent, 3 off, and then case.
Can you give me 1 sec? I just need to close a bunch of windows.
Absolutely.
My bad. I muted it.
You all good?
Yep.
No CSU panel?
Well, my computer's slow, but have fun. It's not important.
You sure?
Oh yeah, you're good. Yeah, it's chill.
I don't know. Do you want me to wait?
Up to you.
I don't care.
Ike's really cool. So.
Alright.
Okay, let's do this. First, the psychoanalysis came, the one he sees steeped in the rhetoric and conceptual schemas of psychoanalysis. The idea that desire is conditioned by something called the libidinal economy in the first place is both a wrong and dangerous view of the psyche and the social world we inherit. The psychoanalysis fundamentally recognizes and misrepresents desire. Psychoanalysis poses its theories as a mediating structure between our desires only, and also only that we only realize Oedipus our desire at the moment. We can never fulfill that until less than watery object of psychoanalysis failure to understand that prohibition of desires that desires are produced by between bodies, however, repressed according to edible laws of psychoanalysis, misrepresents and narcs its values that there is a significantly diminished colonial societies produced different economies of desire that metropolitan and specific analysis only refer back to desire back to edible conceptualizations, post-colonial societies, its own conceptuals, Oedipus functions as social repression. We believe Oedipus is only when think about it as desires, so we allow ourselves to be caught in Oedipus trapped desires, also something to be released from repression. It isn't to be captured by ethics, psychic repression distracts our view of social conditions of repression is not useful for post-colonial studies. The idea that of the unconscious as the foundation of desire that governs thought and action is profoundly depoliticizing and oppressive. It short-circuits revolutionary politics while locking in anti-black neoliberalism because all logics of oppression rely on the idea of desire and that subject starting and ending with the mere neurobiological schemas. Coles, 18, the psychoanalytic tradition reinforced viable control as resistance to this violent trend. I propose the work of Deleuze and Guattari, the best heuristic was Lacan and NDTs. A project to center desire as they control structure desire radically differently. Lacan centers desire around the individual's unconscious and unconscious containment of nobles and the signifiers that look on the unconscious governing expressions of subjects, desire and actions when it interfaces with the social realities and produces a specific desire responsible Lacan psychoanalysis regard power and its individual unconscious signifies CEG. Articulate desires are inherently collective and horizontal. The desire implicates that subjectivity subjects are not static, containing individuals and subjects are constantly open to changing. This desire that it's constantly produced in civil society, becoming reproducive relationships that are horizontal structures of power for a dominant consumption desire structures of power of force, becoming to statusized individuals as subjects are expression of politics is not a question of the unconscious and signifiers TG problematized Lacanian psychoanalysis and explicit function of oppression not only does the unconscious tacitly reinforce that power but directly in construction of subjectivity as a static concludes that individual mind framing desires the subject as starting to with the biological body characterize the subject as a hierarchical collapsing the flow of desire. Psychoanalysis not only oppresses but itself it makes the theories about the politics is a possibility systems neoliberalism anti-blackness the collective unconscious reinforced utilized by politics as oppression legitimacy we lose revolutionary power when a framework to coalitions of resistance and the matrices of oppression Lacanian psychoanalysis should be rejected. Vote negative to endorse the singular as a mechanism for reading desire. Refuse psychoanalysis as an interpretive frame for race and identity, instead viewing desire as spontaneous and generative. Individuals and identities are malleable and exist in modes of becoming that are not reducible to the vocabulary of psychoanalysis. This perspective is superior to the one you see in analyzing coloniality and racial subjugation. Creed Harry. 8. The specific applies to intelligibility constrained by inherent conditions. Psychoanalysis is a specific solution to the singular and consciousness is a constituent of itself, expressive of itself, inconvenient to itself, intended to colonialism rather than reading through psychoanalysis must be a singular solution. DGs. 3. 7. Answer what must be the most productive orientation for post-colonial studies. DGs offer another way to think about desire and relieve the need to rely on psychoanalytic conceptualizations of identity. DGs think about colonial phenomena with a universality primary for transforming society. The revolution of groups is one sounds clear. The question is can one group pursue economic and social objectives while allowing individuals to maintain their access to desire. Guattari goes further into connections between psychoanalysis and the order of previously used psychoanalysis and interpretive from how illusory distribute discovers desire by setting off the defined prosperity and unconscious. There's no magical effect. Whereby transcendence can just take over the micropolitical complex and the imprisoned people. There's nothing to rediscover the unconscious phenomenon and tries to remove racist myth in the unconscious of the black man. Guattari insists that unconscious itself is an illusory consequential authority we should challenge. Next, topicality. Interpretation. If the United States federal government should not strengthen collective bargaining rights is not a negative win condition, topicality ought to be one. This interpretation is predictable, resolved entails legal action, words and phrases. 64. Definition of resolved exists unopinionated by resolution or vote as resolved by the legislature, meaning to establish by law. The United States federal government needs the three branches. OECD. 87. The United States federal government is composed of three branches: the legislative, executive, and judicial. Should requires mandatory action. Court of Appeals. Arizona 2 should is most commonly used to express mandatory rather than discretionary. Strengthening must increase regulatory effectiveness. Cambridge. 24. To make something effective, the process of strengthening regulations. In the context of bargaining rights, that entails legal enforcement. Code. 20. CB process of creating agreement that will govern employment governed by state laws, regulate and make agreements enforceable. Worker requires an employment relationship. U.S. District Court. 70. IA defines workers every present engagement of employment with an employer, also every person in the state who's engaged in the employment of an independent contract. Prefer 1. Clash. Predictability maximizes effective responses via in-depth negation and argument refinement. This internally sidesteps other models since a mutually defined stasis for contestation is key and outweighs individual rounds since debates about debate foster self-reflection and critical thinking, combating fatalism and localism through collective empathy. They conceive this premise because they locate when you see impacts outside of the scope of debate. 2. Fairness. Voting neg countervails an otherwise likely advantage, which is significant because debate is competitive, which conceives the necessity of procedure. Externally, fairness possesses intrinsic moral value and should be repurposed. If the win-bound solvency matters, this must outweigh on proximity. Next, the art of failure K. Tying the 1EC to debates, protocols of success and NDT finals compounds disenfranchisement, and calcifies normativity and intensifies bulimic learner. 22. Elite capital includes the link between success and disenfranchisement of other constituencies. Failure offers possibilities for resisting normativity. Failure resistivity that pits individuals against one another, which includes oppressive frameworks that make success impossible for many. The ballot is not key. Asserting otherwise is inseparable from the logic of exceptionalism. Halberstam. 11. Boundaries between winners and losers is an affliction of American exceptionalism. Positive thinking says that success depends only on work hard. Failures is your own doing the thinker. Can use fair to confront inequalities as society obsessed with competition reveals the fascistic view. De-link the 1EC from the ballot. Failure is a counter-hegemonic relation that refuses mastery based on standards external to them and subjects exceptionalist logics subverts exceptionalist logics that make the other's world extinct. Halberstam. 11. Failure is a counter-hegemonic discourse of losing continued coexistence that is not required, making others' life worlds extinct. A conversation rather than mastery offer relation without seeking to measure life modality by standards external to it. Case. In deciding who did the better debating, the role of the judge should consider the likelihood of the ballot solving the app's impact. It's low. Endorsing black nihilism is insolvent. Vote app because good idea is possibility politics, which is unsustainable. Carol, 24 critique is funded on matching possibility politics rather than physical securing obstacles and action is easy to indulge as martial helpful. Affect is a category error. Neither the planet nor inhabitants can afford Earth's utopianism, and they can include material factors. Factors that painting over those activism will nothing be more than a language game that our psyche will determine critiques make gestures risk producing cruel optimism. Affect is about our disposition to the present. The troops who pin about the possibilities have no relation to future action. It is in practice. It's escapism. Racism is contextual, not an immutable libidinal investment. Ayush. And 25. Revealing redness as a social construction rather than invincible as a permanent pointing of contingency to reading, subjectification, processes that are prone to change and fluidity, and the ability to choose social structures, or at least consider the roles that our capacity to think and act beyond pure passivity of racial subjectification, or to not state about revision psychic processes are inscribed in the polis to deny, chooses order and conservation, the separating the incident from the political, keeps unquestioned power relations, contributes to neoliberal atomization. Evans is wrong. Rhetoric is not inevitably compromised, and treating as such denies valuable reflective capacity. Leverage. 24. Rhetoric called managerial crisis assumptions and reflective, and the rhetorical practice students engage in deliberation and complicate adversarial notions, challenge Western traditions, public informed rhetorical education. Rhetoric is reflective argumentation, encourage student reflection and self-critique. Zulula votes neg on T. Zulula concludes that the state can be engaged strategically, and then rejecting it as a starting point for politics is bad for activism. Zulula. 24. Public use of Versantavite is a fair leftist anti-racist theory. The public sector of civil society dialogue with the community obscures disclosed identities that do not exist being without practical consensus. We drift into factions that challenge for the leftist to reach out to submission into an emancipatory and reject capitalism without minimum consensus. Ethical substances creates a centralizing the state is a foe, limits your options. The state is not an a priority. People reclaim the comments and necessitates a state. He believed that the state can dismantle racist fantasies, Kapoor and Kavanaugh. 24. The state can support dismantling racist fantasies, protect rights and mitigate prejudice as a buffer against the fantasies of civil society, the traumatic field, apply practically for universities and organizations. Brought a politicized approach for anti-racism. This work would support anti-racist subculture movements and labor units, environmental and black, indigenous, disability, Palestinian, and LGBTQ+ groups. Such commitment to the symbolic material and material structures and ensure subversive and enable dismantling the fantasy of race, and that unions can be radical and that class politics are essential. Zelula and Kapoor. 22. They are right that some, although not all, unions can be conservative. Neither worker struggles narrow the economic labor exploitation has racial dimensions. Labor action involves more demands and importance of the working class cannot be overemphasized. What cannot be ignored is that the centrality of workers' body, the object working class is universal from the part no part that draws out the universal injustice of the system. The argument CSU made at the end, their critique of the labor topics education is misguided. The is an educational practice that allows debaters to become familiar with workplace law. That's valuable because many debaters will enter the workforce for a variety of reasons, so learning about the laws they may encounter is useful. About in this debate is not a reflection of the content of the labor topic or debate. Winning of the state's counterpoint wouldn't signal that subnational action is actually preferable, but rather that one individual debate. Ballots in deference to black nihilism creates deferential norms that exacerbate epistemic exploitation. Tool 25. Deference accepting a judgment on the basis of assurance do not inquire seek further confirmation. A socially dominant person differs to the marginalized without considering merits or norms would require habitual deference of format. Getting things the right to the marginalized. Exacerbate epistemic exploitation of overburdened groups that compromises collective understanding, not engaged in self-transformation that would allow pierce the veil of ideology. Does not just make it worse, and agents less useful allies and unable to explain or defend their conclusions. Social capital difference leads to right in this case. No reason to think consistently unlikely to be recognized simpler forms. It doesn't permit cultivation of genuine sensitivity.
I'll send a start out.
Okay. We'll wait for it.
Yeah. Is it chill if it's in the body? Oh, wait, do you want to dock?
Yeah.
Wait, then you
It just won't.
Okay, body's.
Okay, you sure?
It just won't
I look, you can send it.
Okay, you said that.
Yeah, I can make it down. Hold on, let me send it.
You can prep?
Come on. It's not gonna take that long. Oh, he left.
Yeah, that's it.
Alright, hold on. My computer is slow as fuck. Hold on. Alright. Tool card. Okay, I don't want it to file. I just click send. There should be in the doc now. You'll get it. Sorry, you said no.
No, I said yeah.
Oh, no, Dan didn't say no. Oh, yeah, no, you good.
Yeah.
You good?
Yeah.
Okay.
One second. Okay. Good?
Yes.
Status.
I suppose the status quo is a logical option,
Okay.
but there's not.
The alternative, what does it do to solve anti-blackness in debate?
Which alternative?
The first one, psycho.
The theorizing it through the libidinal economy makes successfully contesting it less likely.
What? Wait, what? Why does that solve anti-black
Because it
violence?
changed the way we approach
How?
anti-black violence wherever we encounter
How?
it, right? So you've theorized it through the libidinal economy, which means that we're more likely to associate anti-black violence within debate as an output of psychological structures instead of things that can be contingently remedied by the practices.
That's
that the
only a
1EC
whole
might
bunch of
actually
word
work.
salad. What does that
You've
do to
pointed out
solve
that the
violence
1EC
debate?
You've pointed out that the 1EC is a double turn. You have said that
Why?
we can change the styles of debate that we can engage in order to solve anti-blackness in debate.
Uh-huh.
But you have then forwarded a contradictory explanation of that says that racism is an immutable psychological investment governed by the libidinal economy. Those two things are explicitly contradictory. You did not need to include the Zulu card in the 1EC, but you did, and it undermines solvency. So
How do you
if solving your
okay,
rights in debate is good, go
re-explain the
ahead.
first part. I understand the second part. What is the first warrant for why it's a double turn?
What?
What's the first
Wait,
warrant
sorry,
again?
which part do you
Okay,
understand?
you said that we read psychoanalysis because like racist structures are immutable. What's the first part that contradicts this claim?
You've said, well, it undermines your ability to challenge the things that you have said are bad in debate.
Wait, so because you said libidinal economy, that means we can't challenge racism? That's
We've read evidence that says that theorizing it through the libidinal economy makes you less likely to be able to successfully challenge racism.
Okay, what's the warrant for this again?
So our evidence explains that the libidinal economy as a frame tends to ontologize anti-blackness.
Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. The third critique, called failure versus losing, which is better? Why does it solve anti-blackness in debate again?
So our critique identifies, we've impact turned the 1EC's association with the AFF and black nihilism being a good strategy with winning in debate.
Okay, get to the point. What failure versus losing dichotomy? What is the implication
I
of this?
think
Right?
that in the context of losing is an example of artifact.
What does that mean?
What?
So
What does that mean?
What do you mean, what does that mean?
What does failure
We
mean?
proposed a strategy that
What's
says
the
that
strategy?
you should delink the 1EC from its
What?
association with the battle.
Why?
We said that delinking the
Because-
1EC from winning is good because it solves your impacts. of
Why?
battle.
You're saying a bunch
So,
of like claims
we have-
about warrants. Why is it solved?
okay, we have a couple link arguments.
I'm not asking about the link. I'm asking about the alternative.
This is
Why the
related
alternative
because the
solved?
links are the reasons why.
Okay,
the
jump
alternative-
to the point. Come on.
Okay, so first of all, we've said that the 1EC or subjecting the 1EC to external validation of third
Okay,
parties.
I
is
understand.
bad.
I understand the debate part. What does the alternative do
No,
to solve
the
it?
alternative is a rejection of the connection.
How is that solved?
We're neg. We have to
Yeah.
say something.
Okay,
that
so the
goes
alternative
back.
is fucking
1EC.
solved. That's fine.
We
That's
have
all you have to
turned
say.
these arguments about why-
No, this is
Our
bullshit.
job is to say
No,
that.
whether
what
okay,
you
I
have
don't
done
give a
is
shit. I don't give a
you've
shit. I
done
don't
both.
give a shit. I don't care. What are polemics or polemics?
In the context of
Your critique, the art of failure critique, this failed critique, it sucks.
The
It's
one
shit.
R is going to read like a really long.
I don't give a fuck about the one R gonna do. I'm asking about it right
Well,
now.
It's the one R is going to read a really long Foucault card.
I don't give a
It
shit
says
about the
subjecting
1R. I'm
1EC
asking about the one NC
subjecting-
alternative you
subjecting
read.
the 1EC
Yeah.
to
Wait,
debate
you wanna
and
read
judgment is
Foucault?
bad.
What?
Subjecting the 1EC to debate.
Okay,
and
it's
judgment
horrible to bad, but a whole lot of no fucking solve.
Alright, 10 starting now.
So 0.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I already had that, yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah, will we? Second.
We're keep going.
Oh, you're done?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna copy and paste this, but all I want you to do is just give me cards, just in case I forget.
846.
Cool.
Oh, my
Every
shit.
single judgment. Send that copy. Send that copy.
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I'll get it back then.
I'm looking for my wallet.
Yeah. Wait, Kurt.
Huh?
I gotta tell you something. Like, I gotta put my water up too.
whenever you fill my water, do you want anything, Danny?
Nah. I'm chilling.
Is that racist?
Yeah, I'm about to send it.
It's up. It's up to the chat. What's up, chat? Alright, who y'all voting for? Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Yo. We waiting for people, bro. It's okay. I gotta make it interactive. Out of all my years, bro, not one girl.
Wait, I'm gonna start here right now. Yeah, there's other people. 840.
Sorry, how much you got?
840 to 6.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sin City. Alright, talk to me.
Alright, cool. So it'll be case, the psychoanalysis critique, the art of failure K, and the
Daniel third?
yeah, it should be sent.
Okay, no, so I haven't looked. Let's just
Yeah.
check your email.
I've not received it, but I'll leave the decision up to you. I mean, that's it. I don't know excuses. Chad, y'all heard it? I gave the option.
What did you say once again? Sorry.
So the order is case, the psychoanalysis K, the art of failure K, and then frame.
What's the worst thing that I do for one?
Oh yeah.
Don't tell me, don't tell them.
I think I'm good.
Alright, cool. Everybody good?
Yeah.
Do you mind if we share thoughts?
Oh, you can't read off?
Well, mine hasn't done that.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Oh, we
But
can-
I
we can-
have plenty.
Bro.
Oh, what?
Share it.
Yeah. We can't, I just have to share. Yeah, share flows too. Like, let's share an RP.
Alright, relax. You're distracting, bro.
Alright, go ahead, Kate. Daniel, we're good. Wait, which, so it's psycho first and then failure then T, right?
Yup.
Okay, cool. We're good.
Okay.
Vote out for black nihilism is a rejection of white nihilism within labor and debate. One spiritual prayer affirming black nihilism and low checks that subjects to debate and provides a black energy and vitality in this round exposure alone guides community practices to affirm the phenomenology of blackness. That's what I see Johnson to vulgarity. Josh Howard Bruce vulgarity is key to make white respectability politics uncomfortable, which unsettles debate and Emory. If you are uncomfortable, then that is solvency taking place in this room that looks like calling out the community through shut down debate space, coast, etc. That forces liberatory ends inside this round. That is because the anti-black discourse here is labor through libidinal political economy is making blackness fall outside of European humanism. That's all the violence isn't just outside but inside of it as well. The union of debate enables racial responsibility through white nihilism, destroy black critical argumentation, display graphic, critical debate is secondary striking for inclusion. White nihilism lashes out through race argumentation, which leads to the PRO, FBI surveillance, policing, decreasing spiritual and mental health of debate is more. That's Johnson. Now, judge instruction, the role of the ballot. And the ballot reflects the season. All their impacts are terminally non-unique. It cannot keep debates going. The onus on them is to prove the last 8 months were worth it. Only we have uniqueness for why the AFF ballot is key. That's a framing issue for the rest of this debate. Anytime you're uncomfortable, think you don't like our arguments, overcorrect. Uncomfortability is good. And Russia's anti-blackness, which is above. Now, Nathan, as a non-black person, you have the responsibility to align yourself with black insurgency inside debate, math, and the same goes for you. Now, Kumi as well. You are a product of RKS, which with Amber, Kelsey, and DSRB, and you know that this ballot is valuable. Otherwise, you would not be here inside of this debate. Marvin, the same applies. You know the benefits of it, and you know that this ballot signals black insurgent argumentation, and then the ways in which you've been taught. Julian, same. We trust you, and you must continue to keep pushing it forward and remain committed to black insurgency. Now, the ballot raise the stakes. One, it can only cause anti-black extinction by refusing debates about debate that outweighs the flips access through. Our program continues to thrive. Their program continues to thrive. The impacts is approximate. The stakes are so high, but so low for Emory. They will continue to exist despite budget cuts, but there is only risk of our offense. It's not an ad hoc, but a structural critique of privilege that they engage in. 3 spare remember always got and all 24 spare murdering and racial violence and oppression that impacts are including psychic confidence and open and mental choice to color. Also, teachers have lower levels of bias, racial attitudes with like larger society. The racial bias is not changing. Is here white people are comfortable situations. Just remembering the impact of debate. The students feel love long after love feeling less included even. Every teaching practices aim to murder the spirit. Call and response is a spiritual evaluation proven by the one AC and Curtis saying asking the crowd to say amen. The one
what I see is an invitation to consider to respond and to create a 2025 year harmony. I feel like surrendering to what is unfolding. We allow yourself to be authentic. Know with it, we change the experience, we are changed by it. Key is the noticing the cause that we begin to choose. We want to respond and come to understand the responses to call themselves, how we respond to call. It shapes what is next. Each response agrees to rebel, inviting a new dynamic into our lives. Ritual, prayer to creative acts, inviting guidance, and change your connection, listening, respond, create. And it's an invitation to labor for something more that links towards all their offense across every flow, Reed Brinkley and Kelsey. 25. We understand ourselves as part of the legacy of Black organizing, liberty for years, as coaches, justice, and to core, collective, the relation of honesty, authority, resistance, and the complex existence of Black Black radical policies against Black practices. Now, curtain call 1. Voting neck cannot a single model. It is the end of the topic. The topic has been a bad movie, and voting after rolls the credits. The topic did not even teach people to strike, organize, etc. Didn't change debate with uprising fascism existing now. Even if it's not Emory, we have a massive uniqueness question that they have basically conceded to. You continue to read framework in these debates. The topic is over. Limits, research, predictability is all over. And it also is horrible. It would have said that Black debaters and octos would not be here by reading their model debate, which links to all our offense. Now the ballot Carol stuff doesn't matter because proximity outframes this. I already answered it above. Yes, rhetoric and shapes it. Proven by other off-case. Well, how we prove they engage in anti-Black rhetoric. Now they said the state stuff, the Zala, because we have not critiqued the state. We have said that they can't solve because the state is not debate, and the Zala card is post-dated, which means that their sites are 2024, which means Zala is anti-racist now, which means that they can't solve their offense. We change. Now they said the Kapor evidence, it doesn't solve our offense. This is about debate. You cannot change the state of debate, but you cannot change the state, but you can change the state of debate. And our evidence post-dates their evidence now. Fiat, they said Fiat is good and will be impact turn later below states. And the state's counterplan self debates on the topic is different because the state's counterplan it doesn't matter because it's a conclusion of the topic. No difference, no link. It's not about individuals reject Emory. It justifies that. It justifies the arguments that Black people are race baiting for the ballot, which is dehumanizing and denies agency, which means that only our model debate is key. Now they said role of the ballot is a better debating. That's anti-Black self-serving because people devalue our arguments, which means that we're not better debating under their model, which causes liquidation. Now the psychoanalysis K is contingent. They dropped the Zala evidence that it says political economies, which means that we can dismantle that. That is entangled to libidinal economies, which means we solve our offense. Psychoanalysis firm to both libidinal economy voting after ruptures it through Black nihilism, which solves our offense. Solves our offense, which means it answers their malleability stuff. But they've been anti-Black, which means they're not malleable. 3 double turn. They link back the desired model, which means that they cannot actualize it, which means they cause resentment and white lash and whitewashing, which means they cannot solve their offense. No link. All their evidence is about to lose a guitar. They can't go for this. Framework also applies in outweighs on ballot proximity. Since we solve horizontal mod, do both cycle, analyze their whiteness to examine their attempts to fill a lack for reading framework. Perm do each and also consent that they psychoanalyze coders with or consent that it's obviously bad because it justifies things like the Black angry man stereotype that says that Black debaters will lash out for no reason. Contingency is solved above. I already did this and answered it. Now the libidinal economies and impact market and fire. She got all over the politics effect and the poor people benefit political possession. Black people share benefits of political possession are repeated and it's not Black people do so. Constantly the political economies are more libidinal economy. You see libidinal economies anytime there is a approach in the use of cars raising billions this way and to be so impact of libidinal your Black people drugs and political economy. I'm the house of benefit and the house of powder crack and versus 28 decisions to are identical and neurobiology Karma 22 neurobiological findings divided in the primary consciousness and similar originally conscious enter store dorsal stimulate or become too conscious cut the card at conscious now all the psychoanalysis stuff is not falsifiable given by the consent that stuff I've done above. Now the art of failure K cross proves they can't solve rejection and how do you make their ethics a conditional Black insurgency and makes them both their white supremacy means they can't solve their offense. They have read Jackson Halberton who was an undercommunist because it proves that they are counter-insurgency because they read framework which means they can't be the art of failure. Now Perm do both as a competition do the after and the all that have created the undercomments inside debate which answers all their offense inevitable. We both want to win the NDT but for different reasons which means it's not unique. Every ballot argument can be cross-applied right here because the ballot is key. This argument just says that Black insurgency should fail at the NDT that turns their extinction offense because it means they cannot solve dehumanization and if they say losing is good then vote Perm vote have to vote them down. Now failure is good since they read framework and then it doesn't dehumanize others and create hierarchies because the ballot creates a community within Black insurgency within debate. Now go to framework affirm Black nihilism in this debate. One, there is no such thing as a model debate but different styles of arguments that are not static but fluid. Michigan reads process Kansas favors distance and case teams all debate differently and don't assume universal model when coming to the round which is why we have theory debates too. The ballot cannot create or enforce models because it's the last round of the season. Now subpoint A is molding this. There is no such thing as a model debate but different styles of arguments. Arguments are not static but fluid. Imposing models creates liquidation and determines and denies Black debaters the agency to determine their argumentation and B assume value. This T is a negotiation but in a position that asks and that answers their arguments about we can read T as net ground the views white is under attack whenever CSU reads a KF is an imposition where Black debaters are forced to constantly argue and justify their existence under a hegemonic model debate for causing burnout. Now limits to her and their inevitable limits do not matter because it's the last round but also white comfortability. This limits are weaponized to ensure the comfortability of white nihilism in debate. Now fairness one strike breakers this balance for them seeks a normal and where chaos never win that refuses Black secondary strike in debate that would have denied the benefits of Louisville, Towson, Fresno, Emporia and more which prevents procedural equity for Black debaters and two white lash. This fairness inside of this round is being used as a form of a white lash to say that we could constrain chaos when it's the last round but this is a form of PRL, FBI and CIA surveillance that refuses to include Black debaters since they seek to be rewarded with psychological wages that degrades Black existence, energy and culture including access and whitewashing debate. All distance can be cross-applied highlighted. Colossians voting neg still requires we be procedurally bracketed out. Fairness paradox doesn't matter. John Casulis and Bryce Rowe would sacrifice the flow. Now Clash 1 psychological wages. This out affirming class struggle intensifies anti-blackness bargaining and the topic. Workers cannot consent to the system in which workers cash in psychological and material wages to reap the benefits that exploit black people, causing exhaustion and capitalist labor exploitation that maintains political and libidinal drives to justify ending black life through political economies. To mastery this out opposing the universal model of engagement is impossible because of the last round of the NDT, but it also creates anti-black hierarchies and debate that devalues black critical debaters and scholarship, which positions them as non-humans in comparison to humans who read framework, which also turns the art of failure due to the hierarchical stuff I did above. Now 3, terraforming this out. Debaters assume we must advocate for labor policies that never happen and try to fiat away racism in the picket line, government, etc. That creates a civil comfort to assume we can do business as usual. Politics and erase real-life barriers. This logic of anti-blackness is what enables white supremacy to flourish over time, training war skills and advocates. That's 20C, evidence 23. Now switch side, 1 civility. This also switch side is impossible because we're on the last debate of the NDT, which means we're not going to be neg. Now civility. This switch side creates civility politics like Josh Hart being seen as uncivil the same way black critical debaters are seen as uncivil, too vulgar to be inside a debate that causes psychological violence and policing, which turns our offense to devil's advocates. This switching sides creates amoral political advocates that take sides on anything, creates a lack of convention and unstable politics. Now the bargaining table. This switch side debate is a false bargain because we're not going to be neg next round, and they would also read framework in terms that reckon out the South Mukes saying sectional ways like they did to us in Texas round 8. Now in the round 8 of the NDT 4 it fails. We're not neg. We advocate for black nihilism in debate. Now the TVA, it is straight up impossible. You cannot be nihilistic and optimistic about policymaking, so the TVA is incompatible and it won't mean sufficiency framing since it won't discuss black nihilism, but liquidation dissent applies here. Look, this debate is going to be really easy to resolve. This is the last round of the NDT. There is no reason why Emory needs this ballot. There is every reason why CSU Long Beach inside of this round needs the ballot. Clash cannot be actualized because it's over. The NDT is over, and if they go for fairness, it doesn't matter because the ballot proximity question outweighs this.
Can I get an amen? Amen. Can I get an amen? Amen. Can I get an amen? Amen. Can I get an amen?
Amen. And you should view all of that as solvency and as reasons for why there is an urgency to affirm CSU Long Beach inside of this round, but also as a form of community, not individualism, which again answers their only piece of defense, which is deference.
Ready for cross-ex?
Yep.
The last argument on the psychoanalysis, Kay, you said that psychoanalysis is not falsifiable. What's the implication of this argument?
It's just like the argument that's tied to the consent.
Wait. I don't think the argument was psycho is non-falsified.
You did say that.
Yeah, that's what Teresa said.
That's probably taken out of context. Yeah.
Well, we were saying in the context of like anti-blackness via like the consent dissent, not necessarily like.
What is it for it to be not falsified?
But also like if this is an argument like, oh, you double turn yourself, it's non-falsifiable. Tech is falsifiable. You've been anti-black. We have proof instances of such. And that means that you should be rejected for this.
I want to ask about the consent dissent on the psychoanalysis, Kay.
Mm-hmm.
The critique is psychoanalysis bad. What did we do that psychoanalyzed you?
Well, our argument, why is it psychoanalysis bad?
We've said that psychoanalysis is a bad frame for politics. How did we psychoanalyze?
Well, then it's fine, but I think we've made arguments that it's like there's no link because it's about the losing guitar.
You've said on topicality that voting neg cannot signal or enact our model.
But like the other thing too is like even if psychoanalysis is bad, it's not just our argument. We have made arguments about Ike. We have made arguments about why political economies also structure anti-blackness, which means we don't need to win psychoanalysis to win this debate.
I understand.
That's the Zala evidence, and those are just conceded lines from the winning side.
I want to answer. I want to ask about on topicality. You've said that voting neg can't signal a model.
Nope.
But you've also made arguments on case about how the ballot is a reflection of the
I'll answer
season.
this really clearly. Norms, empirics flow AF, right? Empirics do not flow neg because chaos are inevitable. They will always exist no matter how much you try to repress them. But they always flow AF because you know that voting for critiques has made debate more progressive throughout the history of debate, which means that there are empirics for the AF. But you will never win that you can do things like actualize a model because it's legit impossible. But we have made arguments about why this round is uniquely key and why it's just.
Okay, how can those two arguments be true at the same time? If it's true
Ike, you're misunderstanding this. It's true. It's not a yes/no question. There is a distinction.
Well, I'm asking if it's true that voting for topicality can't influence debaters who want to read critical affirmatives. Why
No. You're messing this up. It is not about models. It is about the finals of the NDT.
But I'm asking how you can square the
What do you mean,
circle
why?
of presenting.
Why? It is about the finals of the NDT.
We've made a claim about this debate,
Why?
i.e. the finals of the NDT, the topic is functionally over.
Why does that matter?
What do you mean, why does that matter? Because you were making a bunch of arguments for why union education is good, debates over labor are good. Our arguments that voting negative for Top Cali
Why
does
does what
not
round
matter.
does
It does what?
Wait, what do you mean? Why does it matter?
Why does what round of this matter?
It matters because we were at the end of the topic.
But also, wait,
like
also-
look, like
that's the only reason
Topicali
why it
signals
matters.
a vision for the topic.
Wait,
We not signal a vision for the topic because the topic is at its
Wait, hold
conclusion.
on, hold on. But also, this is like our argument. This is like these implicit unconscious biases. When Danny's like asking, oh, why does this round matter? Why do we care about CSU Long Beach winning this debate? All of those are reasons for why that is uniqueness to affirm the ballot in this debate.
Time.
Oh, what's the order?
I'll go.
Are we waiting on people?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Can we?
No, I'm just trying to keep guys the same, bro.
Okay.
Think about all the, I can't say arguments.
The order's T and then case.
Did you send a thing out or no?
No, no doubt.
No doubt. Okay.
No doubt.
We're good with it.
Whatever.
We're good, right?
Top collapse strike the collective bargaining rights. Our offense will prove that it matters if we debated that, which ensures that voting neg is simply an impact to the reason that they said to vote out, which gets us entirely out of the models. There are two impacts. One, class, predictable. Stasis enables iterative refinement that cultivates advocacy and persuasion, which shape our ability to actualize each benefit to debate that they have listed. It is a priori because it's only impact related to the process of argument comparison. Only our model has an impact to negation, and the back and forth procedure of the activity will then lapse into abstraction that cements dogma. That turns the case. CSU lost the debate in 1AC cross-6. The bottom of the 1AC says we need a, quote, pragmatic relationship to labor politics. I asked Curtis, what steps does Fiat skips over? What is the substance of your critique of our model? The thing that he said was it skips over literally going to Congress. That is not a part of union organizing. They would know that in a world in which they engage with the substance of our model. We are straight turning everything they have said. You joining a union in your workplace does not require that. That is something that we have learned over the course of the season debating the topic. That is net benefit to our model because they have set the win condition at proving that there is no net benefit to talking about the topic within the context of debate. We are straight turning that claim, which means that even if they win a K of models in general, it does not matter because they have said that that is the reason why they should win, and we are saying that that is just wrong. That first set of arguments is that you should affirm black nihilism. That is not mutually exclusive with topicality. I will do the fairness impact in a second below to answer their defense to it. The second argument is the Michigan process example to prove that other debates will solve their offense. It is reductive to think debaters have not stepped out of their comfort zone. The debate we just had against Michigan is like the exact same example of the thing that their model will say is bad. They went for a process counterplan and said nuclear war. Oh no, but it's just genuinely not that simple. The one you see in that debate said the education system was broken and descending into fascism. The NEG said that American AI was bad, unsafe, and irredeemable. If you think that there's literally zero any educational value in learning about those concepts, then sure, I guess you can vote after and conclude that our model means nothing. But we think that those debates might be valuable, which is again net offense against the premise of every single argument they have forwarded, because they do not have a counter interpretation. They do not have a way to solve any of their offense. They have simply just told you to vote neg because the topic is bad, or vote after because the topic is bad, which is insufficient. Now, for the next set of arguments that you should not assume a universal model, they've dropped warrants from the 1 and C on T as to why it's good. They've conceded that model debates are valuable. They can combat ethical localism and presume that we can actualize debates about debate, which they have said are good on the case page. The next argument is that it's the last round. First, I'm going to slow down here for a second. They've said it's the last round like 5 times to defense to T. They double turned themselves in the 1AC. The 1AC has a K of people going to the ADA and not CETA. CETA's next weekend. The topic isn't over. There's a full other tournament, in fact. This is a double turn. They have said that the debate does not matter after this. When we asked them in cross-checks, why is the finals of NDT matter? They said, it's because it's the last round. That's just like actually not true and not right, and it means that all of their uniqueness for these ballots being significant because it's the finals of the NDT does not matter. So if I drop an argument for why it's significant for the finals, again, it's completely irrelevant. The next set of arguments are the molding dissent and the dissent after about T being an imposition. I'm going to group both of them. First, it links to them insofar as they've also imposed a vision of debates under their version of the topic if they have not voted negative on presumption because they cannot solve any of their offense about the things that people learn from debate. And it double turns the 1AC again when they said that there were other teams like Towson and Louisville who forwarded generative visions of debate, which proves that all models are not bad because it would say that those models are bad, which links to the 1AC even more. If topicality was an imposition, it would be a judgment on the 1AC that called for the judges to submit their decisions immediately after our definitions were introduced. Instead, it's the exact opposite. We've introduced definitions with the expectation and hope that CSU would counter-define them. We would like to have a debate about the topic. We've had many debates with CSU where they have counter-defined the words in the resolution, and we've had awesome debates about the implications of those different definitions for what debate could look like. The fact that they have chosen not to do that in this debate is not a reason why topicality is bad. It's a reason why they have had different strategic incentives that led them to approach topicality in a certain way. Those debates are valuable, and topicality debates themselves are valuable, which is an impact to all of their offense and the premise that T itself is an imposition. The whiteness under attack argument is presupposes topicality being normatively undesirable, which is impact turned by all of our stuff from the overview. The thing about limits not matter because it's the last round. Again, it's a double turn, but also answered by all the stuff above. And insofar as topicality is still relevant, and they have said that we can win because we have proven that debates could have been or have been good over the course of a season, and it was valuable to debate at the topic. In this debate, we still win the debate, even if there's not a large nebulous limits impact. The strike breakers, this had presupposes the idea that KFs never win. That was the warrant in the 2AC. That's just not descriptively true of our interpretation and not solved by your interpretation. Our interpretation only says that topicality is a win condition, not that it automatically wins the debate. We still have to prove that topicality is good, and they said that that's a win condition because that's what they said the reason to vote out was. That was 1AC cross-checks. The form of PRL surveillance is just comically not descriptive of our interpretation. There's a clear distinction. PRL was no K on AF nor neg. Our interpretation is the exact opposite of that. It says that K on AF good. It just has to be topicality, and K on neg is completely fine. The argument that we will go for framework against those Ks is wrong. It's much less persuasive. Links can turn the case, and the debate we had versus you impact turn the federal government, and we said you impact turn the federal workers via the settler colonialism K. We said the federal government is good. That's a useful debate to have. Real reform PK debates are better. They better simulate real-world opposition, which means if they're right, the skills could hypothetically be actualized from some version of debate, then we solve their offense better, and if they're wrong, then you should vote negative on presumption because they have said it doesn't mean anything. The idea that it degrades black access is reductive and wrong. The idea that content and ballots are constitutive of access is wrong. They have no ability to prove that this claim is demonstrably true in the real world, and if it is true, it should not be tied to winning because that is worse for all of the reasons why I will talk about on the exceptionalism K and the 1 and R. The paradox arguments here, I will do the fairness impact here because the 2C only answered the paradox. They have said that fairness paradox is untrue. That could be the case, but the 1 and C didn't even say it and had a lot of other warrants for why fairness is an impact that they have completely dropped. It is impossible to conduct the impact calculus without acknowledging the competitive nature of debate. Their interpretation unpredictably overstretches the NEG's research burden, which creates a significant competitive imbalance that outweighs a fair shot at victory, underwrites debate's benefits, and defense to fairness is a tautology. The 1AC agrees. They provided a list of offense about unfair decisions, which itself concedes our impact because it presupposes the value of fairness as a reference point. That is not paradox. That is we are conceding a claim that you've said, and the implication of it is that our offense is true. The clash argument, the first argument was that, quote, clash struggle marketizes anti-blackness. This is an excellent critique of the topic on the negative. It has nothing to do with clash because our offense is not that we internalize the idea that clash struggle is ontologically good. Rather, the iteration over those things leads us to come to the correct conclusion over the course of a season of debates if they are right about any of their premises. The mastery DA is once again another model's bad K, which doesn't matter because they have set the win conditions away from models. We're not imposing a universal model on anyone. We've been a consequentialist claim about the benefits of our interpretation relative to this debate and as a model, but that does not say that everyone should adopt our interpretation because that's not what our interpretation is, and it's also not a restriction on content for all the imposition reasons that I've done above, the non-humans and terraforming arguments, the argument that this is a critique of fiat, assuming that advocating for labor policies that never happens is way too reductive of a vision of our topic. Sure, the plan literally does not happen in real life. I feel like we are all mature enough to figure that out at this point in the season, but that is not what our offense is about. It's still valuable to learn about the process of labor organizing for all the reasons that were in the overview. Switch side not in the 1 and C, so I'm not sure why they're preempting it, but it's completely irrelevant. The civility dissad doesn't really implicate all of our offense. It's not an imposition. You have to do something on one side. Just a logical extrapolation that this does solve your offense. The argument that you're not going to be neg is wrong for the seated reasons that I've explained above. Civility politics is not does not link to us. It links to them more insofar as they've also imposed a vision of what the topic could look like. The devil's advocate dissent is wrong. It presupposes the topic wants to defend the state. In fact, there are critiques of it. They say the state is doing something irredeemable in the context of labor relations and should be condemned for that exact reason. The bargaining table dissent switch side is not a false bargain. We've not said that you ought to act in a certain way, and we've not bargained with you in the context of that. We've only made an argument about why our interpretation of the negotiation is valuable. They do not move case in the affirmative. That was the thing I've done above. The TVA is irrelevant because you have been optimistic in other portions of the 1EC and about these ballots in this debate, which proves that you are not all automatically nihilists. No shot that it is liquidation. There's no shot that it is liquidation. We're not going to go for TVA. Sure, they can say that this debate doesn't happen. Case. Exposure politics are bad. Impact turned by Carroll, which also answers the vulgarity arguments. The idea that all we need to do things is make respectability politics uncomfortable is bad. Carroll impact turns this argument exactly. It says it creates an Ursat utopianism and cruelly optimistic. A lot of attachment to politics where we say, oh, we've made them uncomfortable, so we have done our job. We've done something political which traps us in cycles of the status quo. We can create uncomfortability, but what do we do with that uncomfortability? CSU will be unable to answer that question in the final rebuttals, which is they cannot solve any of their offense about material acts of anti-blackness. The stuff about the Rebuttal political economy will be answered by Ike and the 1NR. Same with the argument about spiritual and mental health. You should not tie those things to a ballot, and there's no reason why ballots for them causally solve it. Now, the judge instruction. The ballot might reflect a season for reasons on topicality, but it's not literally reflected, i.e. Ike's example of the state's counterplan is basically dropped by the 2AC. It does not literally conclude topicality. The ballot on the state's counterplan does not literally conclude that the state's counterplan is a true objection, but rather that the NEG performs superior technical debating within the context of that debate, which answers the argument that AFF is the key. Our tool evidence impact towards the frame of overcorrection, which answers all of their judge instruction. It says that overcorrection bites into the exact critique of deferential politics that quote exacerbates epistemic exploitation by leading allies with no idea of what they're deferring to, just the general idea that we should generally overcorrect, which makes us less likely to be good at politics in the long run. The argument that you should raise the stakes for this ballot is impacted by the stuff that we have said above. Spirit murder does not outweigh. They have no internal link to it. Their evidence is a description of racial violence, which we have not caused to them in this debate. The call and response stuff, they have no debate key warrant for this. The call and response have happened in every AF speech, but importantly, none of the judges called nor responded. That means that they have to say that the audience's call and response was not enough and that they need the judges to also do it. Why?
You good?
Yeah.
Why didn't you call and respond?
What?
Why didn't you call and respond?
We're neg. You think that when he sees advocacy was bad, so attempting to disprove it.
Okay, so disprove the call.
You've said call and response is a mechanism for AF solvency. We're attempting to disprove the idea that the AF solves.
Why do you debate?
What?
Why do you debate?
A lot of reasons. It's the best thing it's the thing I'm the most good at.
Okay, most thing you're good at.
Yeah, I like winning. I like doing research.
You like winning. You like doing research.
Yeah.
Why does that matter more than preventing anti-blackness?
When did I say that?
What? You just said that you want to win this round because you like researching and you do it for the love of the game.
Well, that's a loaded question because
that's not a loaded. That's not a loaded question. You said that the ballot. No. You have no. The reason why you're reading topicality is because you think it is a win condition for you. I'm asking, why does that outweigh anti-blackness?
The reason why we win any argument is because we think it's a win condition for us. It doesn't mean that it
outweighs
outweighs
anti-blackness. I'm asking you, why do you think that outweighs
We have not
anti-blackness?
said that topicality outweighs anti-blackness. We have linked defense to the idea that topicality is anti-black.
This
We're not saying our impacts are jurisdictionally more
That's fine.
than
Is
anti-blackness.
this your last tournament?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with debate next year.
You're not sure? No,
Yeah.
I'm asking about the season.
What?
This season.
It might be. Ike and I are still trying to figure out Emory chaperoning, but we might try to.
Emory chaperoning. I have no idea what that is. Okay. Why education being valuable? It's like the last tournament. You cannot impose a model. There is no round after this.
Last tournament again.
There is no round after this.
You've set up this argument for us because you said in the 1EC, quote,
It does not matter
Okay,
whether we debate
why-
the topic. So topic education valuable
That-
is
that's
impacted
fine.
to that plate. Because
Okay,
it does matter
the
whether we
TV,
debate the topic.
there's no TVA or switch side?
We've made a switch side argument because you read a switch side argument for us in the 2C.
Wait,
you read
where does the
excellent-
2AC read a switch side argument?
You said on the first subpoint under class, you were like, class like approaching labor from the frame of class causes us to internalize anti-blackness. We think that
That doesn't make any sense.
our switch side argument.
You
Because it
said
means that, like,
you
it's
said
an
that
excellent
tying
creative labor on the neck.
you said that tying our politics was bad for the ballot, or like tying it is bad to the ballot.
Yeah.
What should we tie the ballot to?
We should maximize the idea that the ballot reflects who did the better debating, which means
Reflects
the judges
who? What
should attempt to
is
minimize
the
their
better
external
debating?
What?
What is the better debating? Who
Well,
constitutes
so
that, and
that's
what
like
does that mean?
This answer is going to be sort of circular because it begs the question of the debating itself, right? Like debaters within the
Debating
context of
itself.
round will set up standards for what constitutes the better debating via
Okay,
impact
and
calculus. We think that our
presumably the
impacts-
judge sets this up.
Well, no, the debaters do because they can do impact calculus and compare their arguments and say what arguments are more important than your arguments.
That okay, fine. The argument that you made. Oh yeah, I guess like learning about the process of debate. Have you ever struck for like federal workers?
If I ever struck for federal workers, yeah, there's a CDC protest that I go to every once in a while. That's
A
right outside of the
CDC
CDC
protest,
in
and
Atlanta.
what does
Yeah.
those things result in?
What do you mean? We've attended the protest. We've said, like, I've stood up the idea that CDC
Okay.
fired CDC
Has
federal workers.
has reading any when AC prevented like allowed you to prevent like nuclear war with China?
No, what the fuck are you talking
No,
about?
exactly. Yeah. Okay.
You would
That's
say,
my
what the fuck
argument.
are you talking about?
That's my
That's my
argument.
Like, let's take a second for that.
Let's do that.
The first thing is why is school board?
And then also, did you already answer that? Can you just type it? And then I'll put
Sure.
it in there.
Yeah. 718.
The order is the psychoanalysis critique, the case, the heart failure pin.
Cycle case failure?
Correct, yeah. Everyone good to go? Oh, I realized for Emory helpers, I forgot to mention Will. Will was great. Sorry.
Oh, that's fun.
Okay. Holy cow, CSU entered this K completely backwards. This is a critique of psychoanalysis, not the psychoanalysis K. The frame of the libidinal economy is a mechanism for repression. The analyst acts as a mediator between us and our desires, telling us what we think and why, which is a disciplinary move that traps the subject within the inverted structures of analysis like the libidinal economy and psychological wages. The one he sees Zula's evidence claims to diagnose. Our argument is that these ideas are not neutral descriptions of reality, but insidious operations of power that must be rejected. That straight turns to Tracy's whitelash argument. The idea that there's no escape from these mental systems locks us in all systems of oppression, from neoliberalism to settler colonialism to anti-blackness, because those systems rely on a static, self-fulfilling view of the human. Thus, Reed, Harry, and Cole's The Alternative is endorsing endorsement of the singular as a way to read desire, refuse the interpretive rule of psychoanalysis and the primacy it gives to the unconscious, instead view the desire as that which is immediate and expressive, irreducible to any structure outside of itself. Desire is spontaneous and generative, and revolutionary black politics does not need psychoanalysis as a mediating structure between its own desire and the world. The vital force of the alternative is challenging the very authority of the unconscious as a way to understand collective struggle, which means every time they assert the value of the 1AC, you should immediately raise your skepticism. We did not drop the 1AC, there's Zula evidence. In fact, the 2AC dropped the 1AC Ayush evidence, which says the libidinal economy is an inaccurate frame. It can't be verified by any science, and contingency is a more accurate frame because of the fact it is that anti-blackness is not irreducible to psychic structures. There is no such thing as the libidinal economy, at least not in the sense that the 1AC relies on the term. CSU's analysis is founded on the idea that violence against black people originates from a structural desire in the unconscious minds of people from all other subject positions that persist throughout modernity. This psychoanalytic reading of racism is both wrong and dangerous. Yes, Lake, here's two. One, psychoanalytic foundations explained in the overview of the 1AC is founded on a view of the unconscious that fixes and ontologizes desire, which prevents a conservative view of desires fluid and generative, which is ever-present potential for new articulations outside of the politics of like racism. 2, there is no escape. Nihilism is built on a contradiction. They're so invested in the idea that there's nothing outside of modernity's libido economy that constantly and then inevitably sacrifices black people, yet despite that, they claim an AFF has some effect on dismantling those desires. That is the fantasy of psychoanalytic efficacy, the idea that CSU can put the world on the couch and solve problems is a lie that they tell themselves to cover over feelings of anxiety and black agency, which shut down the material transformations necessary to actually improve the world. Our evidence mentions D&G because it's the D&G critique of psychoanalysis. It is about the AFF. Our evidence says that psycho is a bad starting point for, quote, anti-colonial politics and is an inaccurate analytic to explain anti-blackness, which is clearly about the affirmative. This case implicates ballot solvency framework cannot come first because of the fact it's an impact to the telos of the 1AC and proves that you should not vote for them because of the fact that CSU's analytic to explain the world is bad. No perm. 1, our alternative views the mind is singular, not is determined by any psychoanalytic concept. It's a simple refusal of the AFF, which renders a perm nonsensical. Also, the links that prove that this is impossible. We will concede the premise that psychoanalyzing people analyzing people without consent is bad. They link more to it by using psychoanalysis as a foundation because the 1AC psychoanalyzes judges, debaters, etc. And we did not psychoanalyze them because we said that psychoanalysis is bad. Now, the card that they read, 1, irrelevant, even if descriptively true. We have reasons why framing the liberal economy as is true is a depoliticizing, and 2, their card is from the Cosmic Hobos blog, and scientific studies can only go neg because the Ayush evidence, cites the more studies. Concede not falsifiable, which steamrolls the case because this straightforwardly takes out all of their arguments about the liberal economy. Case. There's no link to the desurvey and policy evidence of the idea that this ballot is a referendum on who should be here is inflation. They place too much value on winner loss of this particular debate. That but this proves the premise. It means there's only risk of our offense. The final debate NDT has been won on all kinds of different positions, but the mere fact that those positions won does not reshape the debate community. Old heads know that debate has little institutional memory. Georgetown AM won in the complexity can, but one ACs since haven't deleted all of their linear scenarios. MSU LW won on reverse politics, and no one knows the last time that was in a 1C. The premise that victory in a debate round is required for inspiration is violent. CSU's presence here is good, but their choice to tether victory to value has perverse outcomes. It's also disastrous for all the debaters that have made meaningful contributions to the activity that did not have the chance to make to the finals of the NDT. Their view of debating those debaters simply did not contribute as much just because they don't win as much. Your value as a debater and as a person in this space, according to CSU, is a function of your win-loss record, and everything else that follows from that. The Zula evidence is wrong. The Tweezy made an argument about recency. Our evidence is more recent. The 1AC card is from 2023. The 1AC card is from 2024, which means Zula is clearly affirmative. Now, the role of the ballot is to vote for the who did the better debating. It is the most fair and predictable metric, which is impacted out on topicality. CSU's role of the ballot centering around anti-blackness forces judges to neglect other forms of violence or choose between identities, which is violent. People devaluing CSU's debating is the reason why the ballot should only reflect better debating, because anything else creates room for biases to creep into debate, especially if it's true that they are right and they are right that judges in debate are influenced by libidinal drives. You should not allow, or you should make those judges adhere to the flow. Artificial K. Voting NEG clearly solves for our offense. Every single link identifies and is an impact turn to voting for affirmative, and the reason why that is more counterproductive to their end. So voting NEG solves by not doing that. Now, perm debate. 1, no plan, no perm, no, not even advocacy. Text moves the competition through a moving target. 2, perm is a NEG argument and concedes their method is compatible with losing the ballot. 3, judgment link. Submitting black nationalism for evaluation by a third party, and the quote measures that life modality by standards external to it. That's Halberstam, especially true in NDT finals. If CSU is right that ballots are signal to future generations of black debaters, then they transmit the impressionable use that and the debate community and judges have the authority to be arbiters of the value of black debaters' methods, which reinforces racism and turns case. We do not link back because that we want to win. 1, no link. The critique is not about wins and losses in a vacuum. Halberstam would not be mad at players who want to win in a low-stakes chess game. Linking success to NDT finals to emancipatory methods of black living is uniquely nefarious because it posits exceptional forms of misfitting to be celebrated against a backdrop of black losers. 2, neg on presumption. Emory wanting to win is immaterial since the AFF hasn't met their initial burden of the proof of to require a ballot judgment or tournament competition. At worst, judge kick. The alternative does not say that black insurgency should fail. Our critique does not say that CSU should not be there. It rather says that the 1AC's decision to link competitive success with the validity and voting AFF with the validity of their method is necessarily bad. We have never said that they should not win debates, and this is just straightforwardly not applicable. No framework double turn. You can agree on topicality that debate is a competition, which still makes it ill-suited for the evaluation of black methods. Competitive incentive for critical research is backwards. 1, it's an auto win on T. This presumes that incentives are to engage are primarily driven by competition, which colors every argument of choice. 2, it's empirically denied. Losses cause traditionalists to just refine framework blocks for the next NDT season rather than engage in white lash after Wake proves our argument.
It doesn't say black debaters wouldn't be here. It's not a judgment on people.
Yeah. Nothing about our arguments is a judgment on people. It is rather an impact term to the 1AC's decision to associate validity with winning.
We have 8:40. Is anybody?
Yes, 8:40.
Yeah. 8:40.
think I hope so.
$3.30.
They can't get injured. I volunteer.
Is he still doing this bit, man? Are you still doing the post-run bit, man?
Huh?
You still doing the post-run bit when they say they can't get...
No, chill. No, I think. Yo, if anybody, I'm gonna rip these pictures up.
No, bro, you said it. You said
I'm
it.
not getting R&D on Facebook, bro. You're gonna get a reaction out of me, bro. Would you vote for it?
I got you the like reaction.
Huh?
I got you the like reaction.
Like Rick or the angry one?
Or the black face. Like,
Blackface?
The
Whoa,
blank.
whoa. No, wait. Oh, I should make jokes, my fault. My fault, bro. This is good.
All right, is everybody good for an order? Yeah. All right, cool. The order is case, the art of failure K, and then psycho T.
Cool. Then there's no doc, right?
No doc. Case, art of failure. All right, everybody good?
Yeah.
This is a debate about the topic and its conclusion and the motivating labor forces behind how we engage collective in this space, why nihilism outweighs affirming what a value systems creates racial responsibility through psychological wages, creating spirit murder and metaphysical enslavement through political economies that exposes this debate, creating union busting against black unionization, justifies literal policing and killing black people, drop that and actively prevents black people from entering debate, which literally causes anti-black extinction that makes a debate and spiritual destruction for black debaters inevitable through spiritual murder, which I did not answer in the 1R. And they said the topic isn't overseas as next weekend. We did. I mean, this is the literal last minute debate of the season, but rather that the topic is coming to an end. It's a question of us saying that the topic is at an end and the topic will not change much in 5 days. Is not a win condition for them. And defense because there's literally a 99% chance that the seated finals will be a KVK debate and no will not be fiat-based vote after black nihilism. This is critical to the topic and persist and nihilistic stances with the spiritual prayer response to psychological wages and union busting. And can we get an amen? Now, DSRB and Kelsey evidence is win-loss. They said win-loss, obviously not win-loss because we have made arguments for why the ballot is key. And they said Georgetown AM that and they were still engaged in plan focus, which means they cannot solve. And again, of the MSU example, again, your model can advocate for plan focus. They have only read critiques but have not read them unconditionally, and also and they cannot solve because they have dropped the uniqueness question of black participation, which does not apply to the former debaters that were mentioned above. They said function is win-loss. We're going to answer this above. They said 2023 and 2024 examples matters unless the state drop the state cannot solve a debate bias because we can never change the state, but we can change the state of debate. Now, they said better debating solid. They drop it self-serving, arbitrary, infinitely aggressive, and drop the anti-black sense judges and devalue arguments due to people like Bryce Rao and then John Kasulis, which means they can't solve their offense, but there's only the risk of our role of the ballot that all 5 of you should vote for black insurgent argumentation because anything else justifies an anti-black space that justifies the literal genocide and anti-black extinction of black debaters through spirit murder. Now they said judges sit here. They said judges who do the prayer. We have said that we need this, otherwise black insurgency is devalued, which means that the ballot solves regardless of whether you do the prayer or not. They said the Carroll evidence because we have no idea what we're deferring to. I answered and this above. They said the ballot spirit murder stuff. Yes, it solves spirit murder, but the ballot is good because the response to our call with the affirmation that is good because your ballot will send a signal that to the topic that in their models uneducational racist. Now they said the ballot signals truth. We are winning in truth and tech, which means we solve their offense. They said over crash and bad no drop that is good because if you're uncomfortable, that's key to a rupture of white supremacy inside the debate. Anything else is white comfortability, which definitely outweighs and is a turn to their model. And it's not deference. Raising the stakes is good. Saying we shouldn't say it still says debate should be about normalized white supremacist spaces. And that we should never raise the stakes, which means that they become complicit in anti-black violence, which means that our offense just always at this point. Now a conditionality. I did not hear an answer in it. Reject the team. They drop conditionality, which means that they make black insurgency and makes the debate fungible through white supremacy. Means they cannot solve, and that outweighs topicality because the Brewers they use the uncommons and black insurgency inside debate as fungible tools for their own love of the game via 2-1-C cross-six, which proves their performance in this round is anti-black. There should be no 2-1-R, no new 2-1-R answers because the stakes are really, really high in this debate for both sides. Now, on both sides except them. Now, the art of failure, okay, I'll go to it now. They have read Jack Halberson. They dropped that he's an undercommons that supports the app, but they are counterinsurgent because they read topicality, which means they can't solve. They drop now perm do both as competition to the app and the all because it solves. They said, and now it's inevitable. Their argument that says that black insurgency should fail at the NDT was answered above because of anti-black extinction. They said the perm debate movie target. No, we're not. Your author of Lowe's app. They said that it reinforces racism if you're arbiters. I answered this above. It outweighs and that your ballot can solve racism. Now they said the fail of it. They said competition fails, competition good. Every reason why we need the ballot is the reason why we solve our offense. That the psychoanalysis case we don't need to win a theory of power with of libidinal economies because racism can still exist in debate, i.e. without a psychoanalysis. Debaters talking shit, saying slurs, etc. Proves that it's not a new NEG win condition because they could just functionally say racism and doesn't exist, which is a reason to reject the team. Obviously, because it says anti-black is never mutable, especially because the political economies perm do both. Yes, we get a perm, we're winning that. It doesn't turn cases. We have analysis of political economies that worsens defense, but our offense outweighs now framework. Accountants are voted out to it from black nihilism. Critical topic engagement is over. That makes a framework irrelevant since you know nothing about voting ad for NEG. Actual creates a model debate, but instead it signals what this ballot should be for, which means it can't solve their offenses. It doesn't actualize its clash or fairness for them. Now, one white nihilism decided it seeks to give a badge of inferiority through procedural fairness that outweighs it justifies the PRO, FBI, CI surveillance, etc. You should hold them to it because it's about ideologies and legacies, which means that they should be stick to it, even if they're just reading it to negate the afterwards. No impact there. There is the last tournament, so no impact paradox. Answered above and answered above. Now, clash psychological wages. This is just not answered. Bargaining in the topic makes workers consist of the system in which workers cast in psychological wages to reap the benefits, to exploit black people, to justify ending black life, and trades off with interrogating labor exploitation, which impacts all the arguments about skills and debate being good. They said not imposing a model wrong. Drop the mastery to satisfy mastery because assuming there should be one universal model of debate attempts at mastering in a inferior, no reasonable other model of debate, which is rooted in European value systems that caught chaos and critiques that justifies forcing black critical debaters to either lose on labor styles of debate, labor for styles of debate they do not align with, which causes burnout, which means that it flips axis. Now, advocacy skills are more abstract than us. There's no benefit in negation of the context of the arguments for Emory. We'll not be able to refine the skills for clash much longer, which means that it's relevant and proves that there are more abstract because debating labor policy doesn't get a labor passed, i.e. you can't solve nuclear war with China. Now, also, this is extremely privileged. It's not all poor kids get, it says not all poor kids like us kids go to Emory with the CDC, which proves our arguments about how their model of debate will always be inaccessible to certain black debaters of color and working class people, which means that they cannot solve their offense. Now, switch side debate, one liquidation dissent, switch side debate, liquidizes black insurgent argumentation for white desires that distorts black nihilism to distort it into what white desires ought to have it. It looks like it's anti-black because it looks like Obama throwing Jeremiah Wright under the bus because he got too radical, which brews counterinsurgency, and it also fails. We're not NEG. We advocate for black nihilism and more. And that bargaining table decide people would just say extinction outweighs like they did in NDT round 8 MOOC case with framework, which means that it's infinitely regressive and doesn't solve our offense, improves the liquidations. They said above. Now they said debates about labor organizing are good. I already answered this above. There's no eternal link to it. They said we propose the model vote nigga presumption. Obviously not. This is wrong. Blueville wasn't a model but a style. And all of our ballot stuff. They said we want to counter-define them. We didn't counter-define anything because you just kept devaluing them. Now they said strike payers say chaos don't win. PR surveillance. I already answered this above. They said a model solve ethical localism. It obviously doesn't solve an ethical localism impact because they're unethical, and also it's just going to stay local to this round because nothing because we're just winning a large ballot sovereignty question. Now they said we had a debate with Mitch. They said process counterplan. I said education system was broken. Obviously those debates are still invaluable to have because it doesn't get to the crux of black labor inside a debate and insert your argumentation and the devaluation of it, which is the crux of this debate and is the reason why we need the ballot, which answers the last part of the truancy.
Case, art of failure, psychoanalysis, T. Yeah.
Team Flash, right?
Wait, say it again?
Case, art of failure, psychoanalysis, T.
Cool, 20 seconds. Then, okay, is it case of art of failure, psycho, top tally?
Yeah.
Uh,
Good? Yeah. Conditionality is CSU's only win condition, and that is a problem because it is a performative double turn with everything they've introduced. We've spent the entire block developing arguments for why the 1AC is bad. They've dropped the majority of them. They're asking you to suspend all of that in favor of a minute technical concession. Like, that might sound like it's a double turn with the 1AC. That is because it is, but also, I don't think this is a complete warranted argument in the 2AC. The threshold for voting absence to be able to identify interpretation, violation standards, and judge instruction about rejecting the team. If you think that that's wrong, the 1AR lack to warrant conditionality harms black insurgency, which justifies infinite new 2AR arguments. It means 2AR will be new inevitably, regardless. Here are some applicable block arguments. First, winning the thesis of our clash of acts is a justification for you should uncommon and capable advocacy because it maximizes rejoinder and their ability to test and engage with the 1AC. Second, it's justified against planless affirmatives. 1AR said explicitly that the lack of an advocacy test allows the AFF to be moving target, which link turns all of their standards and moves our offense should be lenient with conditionality. Third, the terminal impact, as explained in the 1AR, was demobilizing black insurgency. Each of our offensive link arguments for all the case demonstrate that voting AFF does this far more. Importantly, the idea that it outweighs T was flat new in the 1AR, which justifies answering that completely new in the 2NR. T outweighs the 1 and T needs multiple options because their deviation from the breast makes engagement impossible. Means you have to throw any position into the 1 and T to test the affirmative, which means our offense is jurisdictionally prior to theirs. But we have a way to solve their offense without making a single new argument. Stick us with each K alternative. We will go for all of them. Our performance is not anti-black because each disproves the 1AC and says that theirs was worse. They've not pointed out a single ethical fluidity nor an impact to us being able to kick them hypothetically in the 2AC because we are not doing it. If by the end of the debate you conclude the AF is bad, but the NEG dropped one argument, ask yourself, why vote AF? First, case line by line. The argument that's debated about the topic and its conclusion presupposes our internal link defense and its impact turn by our Carroll evidence, which is insanely undercovered by the 1AR. Carroll is an impact turn to their strategy, specifically the idea of uncomfortability or the call being AF offense, because we've said that that mode of politics is unsustainable. They flat dropped that it causes cruel optimism by creating a parasitic attachment to the status quo via a dependency on the critic, which is also impact turned by the art of failure cane, an independent reason to vote neg to reject judgment of the 1AC. They've dropped that the ballot does not solve spirit murder and metaphysical erasure, and that attaching the ballot to those impacts is worse because it causes a dependency on the critic as the arbiter of what methods are good or bad. It makes the judges arbiters of psychological attachment for undergraduates, which is violence and bad. And the argument that it justifies policing new in the 1AR trivialization is bad because topicality is clearly not that within the context of this debate. Content is not key to participation, and presuming that it is worse because it says that argument debaters who have lost debates or made different arguments are suddenly the reason why other people are quitting the activity, which is way worse than anything that we have said in this debate. Spirit murder is linked turned by the case because their ability to solve it is implicated by all of our offense. The argument that they said it's the topic and not the last debate. Come on, we all saw the 2AC. We know what happened. Even in 2AC cross-six, we asked Daniel why does the NDT finals matter? He said because it's the last debate. It is double turn. It is a flat double turn. You said that saying that was racist in the 1AC because it did not see that you have done that in this debate, which is a performative reason to vote negative that supersedes any performative reason to vote affirmative, because what they did was way worse than the alternatives being conditional. The idea that the seat of finals being K-to-K debate is completely irrelevant because those debates, they have erased those debates from the idea that the debate exists in the first place. The DSRB and Kelsey evidence was entered by our of inflation above the examples of plan focus teams actually proves our offense because those ballots and those NDT things did not have the lasting change in the community that they have said solves their offense. With me, these ballots cannot change the state of debate. The idea that their role of ballot self-serving and arbitrary is wrong. It supersedes theirs because arguments like Bryce Brown Katsulas should be minimized and judges should maximize technical adjudication, which means that our offense does not justify an anti-black space. The judges, the argument about deferring does not deference does not solve spirit murder. Our tool evidence is better and says that it causes an overcorrection in the wrong direction, which is not good because that uncomfortability is unsustainable per Carroll. Art of failure case. CSU's winning. Emphasis on winning the debate is bad. There's a lot of those arguments I don't need to make. Haberson supporting the AF is irrelevant because it does not support the AF's attachment to winning, which is the relevant part of the debate. The permutation links and have conceded that it is a negative argument because it concedes the AF is compatible with losing the ballot, which supports all of our offense. Black history, the idea that this does not cause anti-black extinction, there's no implication of this, and that presupposes that winning solves anti-black extinction, which is what the K impact turns in the first place. Our author does not flow out for the reasons that I've said above. Competition good is neg offense because it supersedes all of the things that we have said on topicality and means that they are reliant on the same competitive structures that they have critiqued. Racism existing in debate is not solved by the ballot for the affirmative or negative, so it's a question of strategies, which was impact turn. The thing that I'll go to now now, which is the Psycho K. They fucked this so bad. Or they like 4 arguments here, none of them apply. This is an alt that solves the entire case with a link argument to something that they have said is violent. They said psychoanalyzing without consent is violent. They have dropped that they did it and we did not do it. This is a completely external negative win condition. Even if racism still exists in debate, they dropped the R1 and T cross-sex explanation that they make solving that racism less likely because they assign it to be a cause of political, they assign it to be a cause of a liberal economy instead of the political economy, which they said was actually more accurate. The idea that they get a perm is irrelevant because our alternative is in opposition to the one you see in the political economy explanation is relevant because we've conceded that psychoanalysis is non-falsifiable, so we cannot explain any of their offense. They did something that was violent and bad, which means we automatically win. T, I'm not going to spend much time here. The one who spammed a bunch of arguments, none of them matter because they lose on the case alone. They cannot go for a models case when they've set the win conditions, whether debating the topics matter. They've dropped clash turns case. Want to see cross-sex was pathetic. They have no explanation of how to engage in the union process, which means that their model and their skills are worse for all of their offense before the line, but then the 2AR will be disconnected from the 1AR. All the arguments that they have accused us of dropped, we likely didn't drop, so you should be extra lenient because they literally spammed a million arguments. Actualizing clash of fairness is irrelevant because they have said that the topic was bad, and we have said that debating the topic is valuable in at least some capacity. The idea that the fairness impact is also insanely massive. They've dropped that there are other impacts of fairness. Once again, outside of the paradoxes, control a fair shot at victory controls the reason why people participate in the first place, which is every benefit from debate is accessed better by our model. The psychological wages theory, they've dropped that this is switch side debate. It is a critique of the topic from the perspective of the negative, which implicitly answers all of their answers to switch side because if the topic is bad because it invests in psychological wages, that means that their offense can be encapsulated within our model and our vision of the topic. They've importantly dropped that T debates are good. They had no answer to this premise, which means that we have a reason why our deployment of topicality in this debate is not violent. It is instead ethical engagement with the 1AC, which also outweighs all of their theoretical objections to our offense. The evading labor policy might not be able to solve nuclear war with China, but that is not the threshold for the ballot. Even if not all kids go to the CDC, it's relevant because labor knowledge is still good and valuable no matter who you are. So SWAT is not liquidation. It begs the question of all of their offense above. We have not proposed a liquidation on them within the context of this debate, and even if some counter-insurgency fails, that's irrelevant. The strike barriers argument, they've dropped that it links to them because they presume that winning solves their offense, and there's no reason why that's the case.
Your rebuttal speech.
I'm going to the restroom.
Have fun. Thanks, bud.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna give you some.
334.
The bit history one? No. No, I was thinking trying to spit or like turning it into some article, but never got around to it. Just send it to your name, give it a chance. Yeah. We'll look at it. Yeah. Even if it's just like you get to a paper, I'm sure you get to do that. Yeah. It's a thought. Yeah. If you want to. Yeah. Yeah, that would definitely be cool. I was thinking of to remember like JCA and stuff like that. But I only heard that like you said before. Oh yeah, your conference? Yeah. For sure. Yeah, but then I heard about it like if they close that line. So yeah, maybe that change that. Yeah. That'd be
I'll go up today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So same about the same time. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool. I don't know if you saw him around. Zach was around with his camera filming. He was watching it like that one day. Oh, that's right. Yeah. How do you saw someone better than that? Bro, I've been containing myself before.
Case. The failure K. The psycho K framework.
Do whatever.
Okay. Julian, Kumi, DeMarvin, Nathan, Matt. Can someone close the door when they like kind of? Okay. Everybody's good? Love you, Ryan. You're going to vote affirmative to put the current call on debate. Emory has lost the NDT because they have spirit murdered Cal State Long Beach and other black debaters by fundalizing black people by having ethical commitments to them, like fugitives like Jack Halverson, and they will lose the NDT for it. Emory is the Copeland and the black drop ethnic conditionality have no fucking sympathy for them. It should outweigh topicality because it is the reason why their engagement in class with black insurgent argumentation in this debate was bad. Reject conditionality to their ethics because they make black people fungible through white supremacy. Drop they cannot solve any of their offense. They have also conceded it outweighs topicality because it proves that they fundalize black insurgency and the undercommons for tools for their own love of the game and to win would prove their performance and rally anti-black and sure conditionality because it upholds white supremacy. Now, all their arguments are absolutely non-started because they have conceded that their use of fairness and over-determination to try and win a gamified debate is bad, i.e. when the 2AC gets up and says they can be conditional because they think it's good for testing, the block drops it and then they say, oh, we want to be conditional now because we want to win. This is the example of debaters like Emory and their mob debate actively over-fungibilizing black people for competitive incentives because you know the 2AC definitely did say that you know that the crossing definitely did say that they were conditional and then they switched up when they knew they were gonna fucking lose to prove they only fundabilize black people and have shifting commitments to them in debate when they think they're losing. That's something you should actually overcorrect against because they dropped that call of spirit murder. Now you notice how ways because Denny and 2C said I like to debate research and I'm willing to come good at it. The battle would make Denny sad at worst. The 2 argument of T comes first is wrong because we cannot get the app is obviously not an argument. Infinite 2-yard answers because they get new answers as well. You may hate this, but it's logical and drop uncomfortability good. It proves if you do not like this 2 and on 2-yard that solves it taking place because only this uncomfortability could cause white supremacy. They say Congo is a double turn. It's not a double turn. It's a rejection of their performance and the 1AC. Denny sounded really scared in the 2-R and that is indicative because you know he's fucking losing. Also made $1 billion double turn without warrant, so you should be voting out to vote uncomfortable. Violation, interpretation, all do not matter because you dropped the standard. That does justify new answers. You can drop the stakes are high here, i.e. you drop conditionality in a NDT file debate. You should definitely lose for it. Also, they cannot go for T outweighs because they drop spirit murder precludes the ability for black debaters to engage in the space. First place to prove they cannot solve any of their arguments. All the other arguments are just about testing, but you should not just test black people for the fucking ballot and the file of the NDT because anything else justifies the fucked up relationship to black insurgent argumentation and they should fucking lose for it. Now, ballot solvency, drop ballot shapes norms, i.e. Towson, Louisville, Emporia, etc. It proves if you think spirit murder and unethical engagement with black people should come first, you should definitely vote affirmative because you drop it shapes better class by forcing debaters to have ethical relationships to black people post the ballot. Also drop example of shutdown debates, call-outs, and more to spirituality solve, but also bad proximity definitely apt. We have a proximate harm you can all see here, i.e. you knew that Denny and Ike were fucked up to black people by having unconditional engagement with them and then switching up to prove all 5 of you can verify that they dropped the unethical relationship to black people and you know the ballot can definitely solve it because you know that this is the NET, you should hold the fucking line. Now they say the Carol card when they drop that we are not cruel optimism because the alternative is worse. It means that you would justify anti-blackness within academic spaces because you cannot solve all of racism, which is obviously a slippery slope, but it proves try or die because we have gender structures why you should remain uncomfortable in order to check back against your anti-blackness. So it's not cruel optimism because it's spiritual entity that outweighs. Now, spirit murder, the 2 answers are undercover and new. They call spirit murder because if they anti-black violence inside and outside space, they preclude access to debate. They drop the line that says it leads to psyche help, they lead to the source use, the color, to things like them being devalued, causing them to feel less included, and they feel the impact all after that means that even if you think there is some risk of a case turn, we have reasons why they have not been ethical to black people in this space, which comes first as a procedural argument because it's not just about the case, but it's about the way they engage in this debate. The only argument they can possibly go for is that they stayed committed because they went for all the position afterward. We are willing that you only did that because you knew you fucked up and you wanted to win. That is our critique of your performance in this debate because it proves that you will say you could have conditional relationships to black people when you were winning and then you want to say, oh no, wait, I'll actually have those commitments when you're losing, which proves that you know they fundalize black people that must outweigh because they know because you're willing that spirit further precludes back to coming here in the first place. They say that they say go for all the alts. They have not gone for all of them. They also have not explained them to reject this because two are covered with light and the perms definitely does solve residual offense because we're willing only by willing affirmative can you have consensual and ethical relationships with black people will prove that we solve a massive just net benefit that shields any link or outweighs any net benefit to the alternative because you don't know what it does. They say not the last C though is a double turn. One, they dropped to be clarified. We have said this is one of the last debate rounds of the season and this is one of the last debate rounds for them, but also drop that a few debates this season will probably not solve, but it will probably not be process B policy, but it will be KVK. They say that other teams, other wins not have a lasting change. Obviously not true, proven by the Louisville, Towson, Emporia, Ryan, Elijah, etc. All definitely proving that they did have a lasting change because people people, so they say difference does not solve spirit murder. It's not about difference, but it's about ethicality. Okay, Psycho 1, it does not solve the case. There's no warrant. We're winning. That our impact is massively does outweigh. They say that the Psycho, and they say like Psycho is about a double turn. 1 is not a double turn. It warrants it in Tunar, and we said that psychoanalyzing racist is good, and psychoanalyzing like black people is bad because it's different linked to racism, but also psychoanalysis, psychoanalyzing through racism is bad because they cannot solve their offense. And you have no reason why spirit murder does not outweigh, because psychoanalysis is the idea of calling somebody racist, but you know spirit murder literally has implications. The fair critique is obviously 0 because we are winning that they have failed, because you should vote negative to reject, you wrote affirmative to reject them, because we are winning that they should be rejected. Okay, counter-interpretation, vote out for black nationalism in debate. Functionally, this debate is over, and you should curtail call by saying Emory drop regular conditionality. Look, I know you may not want to vote for condo outweighs T, but look, this is not regular conditionality. It's a way about how Emory has engaged in black conservative argumentation in this debate. They did not have to read framework to test the out. We low-key fucked up on the cycle, okay, and we didn't have a great answer to the ballot pick, but they could have clashed without framing of the topic through those arguments, but you did not, because you chose to replace us through framework instead. Also dropped the not solve class because fairness is bad. That makes framework irrelevant, suicide debate irrelevant, because you know nothing about voting out creates a moral debate. You know nothing about voting for them solves in your office, but you do know that they've had an unethical relation to black people in this space. The Copeland did drop conditionality. It outweighs because question of black spirit murder, which outweighs, because if we don't have ethical relation to black people, black children cannot come to debate in the first place.
Alright, chat, I'm not gonna lie, this decision is not it. I don't know what it relax. This decision is not it. So if you're not doing that, it's a bad decision. Anyway. Alright, chat. So watch this chat. You thought I was playing? Oh yeah, it's go time. Alright, so, what do you think, Rishi? Heads or tails?
We call it tails.
It's hands! I don't even know what that means. Alright, chat, heads or tails?
This don't.
Where are
We're missing.
Well, the debaters.
Oh. Yo, slack them.
Oh, there they are.
Hey, that's a weak ball.
It's all good.
They don't want the decision.
No. Yeah, I got it.
Oh, that's what I was telling you.
Oh, my fault.
You got it, right?
Oh wait, is it unmuted?
Yeah, we're unmuted, right?
Are we unmuted?
Chat, tell us.
We're good, right?
Hold on, let me check.
Yeah,
Good. All right.
Nate.
We're good. Yeah, we're good.
Yeah.
All right. Without any further ado, the 80th National Debate Champion on a 3-2 decision is the negative from Emory.
You know, this was like the most complicated debate to ever resolve in NDT history.
It's only me?
So I want to hear every argument. Everyone. I want to hear everyone, honestly. With reasonable time, yeah, because unfortunately our flight is at like 6 a.m. I guess people who sat.
I gotta find my phone. Hold on, chat. Chill. Wait. Aha! Alright.
Oh wait, can you? If you're not going to be at CETA, can you also say nice things about me too? I get to do that now, huh? Okay, go. Yeah.
I'll see you over there. Okay. Long story short, I think I ended up voting AFF for one spirit murder. I think the AFF is ahead on the question as to why there needs to be a calm debate to go against the unethical relationality that is produced through the negative or the debate. I think Kondo justifies the negative's way of shifting this that positions them into a fundamental relation with blackness. As a result, there's forms of devaluement in terms of black debates or just the affirmative that takes place. In the face of that, I think there needs to be an embrace of black insurgency because aid about shapes forms first and forces debaters to shut down debate and things like that. Therefore, to try to die for the affirmative. And I think it's difficult for me to weigh what the contingency of the negatives is in relationship to the risk of the AFF producing forms of not solving spirit murder, aka whatever case card it was, a terrible piece of evidence. And C, I think it means that in a moment of racism, it outweighs any forms of the psychological or psycho-K offense. And it means that in a moment of uncomfortability, I should vote AFF. And even if in the world of topicality being able to test being key, I think there's a risk that the negative also produces by engaging with coming out of the or T instead of other things in the class that could have been beneficial in creating a form of ethicality or, in this case, producing unethicality through that engagement, meaning I should vote out.
I was the other one. So I voted out. Block drops Kondo fundamentalizes black insurgency. I have a quote, remember the 2AC line. Second argument on failure K after cross-X proves no solvency. 2 and R, I would normally be persuaded, but they're all new, obviously. I did think about them all and played through it and gave you all of them. I think they're either unresponsive or beaten by the new 2AR arguments justified if I grant you the new 2 and R ones. Also, the 2AR argument about you now defending the alts to try to get out of this seems to be a link magnifier to your offense. Essentially, I think Kondo's biggest internal link to spirit murder, which is external, outweighs in terms of negative impacts and the risk of being resolved by casting an AFF ballot. The 1AR says it outweighs T because of ballot proximity. Even if the 2AR gets you answers, I don't think you win an impact that outweighs or is more proximate than spirit murder. This is heightened by the argument that ballot shape norms and spur ethical reflection, which the 2AR kind of asserts is disproven and wrong. I think both sides could be doing a lot more here, but CSU is ahead on the direction of the ballot solvency. Plus, a rejection of Kondo itself seems to certainly solve the in-round performative link to fundamentalizing blackness. There are some floating arguments in offense that the negative claims operates on a same or similar level. For instance, the 2 and R argument that deference is spirit murder. I don't think this has a warrant in the 2 and R, and the 2 and R just says uncomfortability is unsustainable per peril. I don't think uncomfortability matters all that much since the ballot solves regardless of my uncomfortability, given just the rejection of Kondo, which has an in-round performative spirit murder impact. Also, your explanation of Carroll doesn't really have a warrant for causing spirit murder. The 1AR and 2AR have an argument that the logic of this justifies anti-blackness and genocide, and it's a slippery slope because we give up trying to resolve spirit murder. So I think it's try or die AFF. Some more arguments along these lines. The CETA argument. CSU's reclarification and the policy focus, bad crux of their original argument for why a model of maximizing the topic is bad means they have defense to this. Spirit murder, link turned and implicated by all of your offense is just a claim without a warrant. I need actual internal link work done for you to get this. But again, CSU has defense to all of these. Kondo's dropped, there's no defense to it. Basically, I think CSU, the off-case stuff, T. Ballot doesn't solve a model of debate or clash, so that goes away. Spirit murder outweighs and turns fairness since it precludes access to the game in the first place. The failure tag. Link seems to be that things aren't, links don't seem to be to the conditionality thing or other parts of 1AC solvency. Even if they are, CSU is winning an impact turn to winning is good and solves black fungibility via Kondo and a risk of ballot shaping norm stuff. I also don't understand there to be an external impact to this, so at best it's a presumption argument. However, this wasn't applied to the Kondo, any arts would be new, plus the ballot sort of norm stuff above makes it try or die out. The Psycho K, similarly, I think this acts just as like a presumption thing, because it doesn't really have an external impact, but isn't contextual to Kondo, so it's try or die to prevent spirit murder. I also don't think I could explain the alt at all, especially after the 2 and R, how it functions or solve case. The link articulation would need to be a lot clearer with an internal link explanation that actually turns me. But nice things really quick, because I'm not going to be at CETA. I haven't had the pleasure of judging you or debating you before.
Yeah.
However, I have had the pleasure of watching so many of your Elam debates throughout the years, and you're a fantastic debater. It was a pleasure every time, and you've done great things for the activity.
I just want to say that, like, you're excellent, like really, really good, super strong model of a technical, critical debater. Like a number of people on our squad that are like huge fans of you, like really cheer for you, and I'm glad we got this recording because I think like people people are gonna watch you like learn how to do what you do for like years to go. And also I want to say that like some of my favorite teams in the country are on that trophy, so you should be very proud to have it. So you have like the typed up version, it's like online. So I want to read the full thing. It's kind of like the first draft. I'll make a more polished one later, but I'll just say, basically my decision is where I kind of differ is the top line tag is I thought that the dangers of your final round frame were more damaging to black insurgent argumentation than the negatives conditional advocacy. And so the final round frame is like a grab bag that holds together like a number of arguments about like the judge as adjudicator as critic thing, the devaluation of CETA, like the focus on the NDT round, etc. So I'm using that as like a grab bag to describe the thing. But I can go in more detail if you want. I think for me, the way that it kind of shakes out is I thought that the way that the 2AR, well, everyone's a little light on like explaining each of these arguments in terms of the other one, like fungibility outweighs CETA devaluation. It's like we're just playing defense to them and vice versa for the negative. So it gets a little hairy and messy for me. I think that for me what ends up happening is I thought the 2AR makes a number of arguments about why condo should come first in particular. One of them is this like, this is a high stakes debate, hold the line, it's the NDT, like it's the pushback of like don't allow new arguments, etc. The second one is like, if I feel at all uncomfortable about voting on condo, that this is in fact your solvency. The problem for me at the end of the debate is basically the 2NR is impact turning both of these justifications for why condo should come first. Like the justification, which is that it's at the NDT and hold the line, is the CETA linked thing argument. That is basically their argument about exceptionalizing, treating this round as particular is bad, and they've kind of like impact turned that frame, that stake argument, and then
a quick question. High stakes round, is that because like we said this was last debate, even though CETA is like next week, or what's like the part of that argument? Like why is high stakes bad again? I'm just like trying to clarify.
I think let me double check, but like in the 1AR, my writing of it is that these things were kind of collided, like and the language of it maybe in the 2AR, in my memory is that like, you know, this is the high stakes debate, this is the finals of the NDT, they dropped it in the finals of the NDT, like the rhetorical focus is, they've had these arguments throughout the round that's like making a big deal of the NDT, like they have arguments essentially that are like, that is their CETA erasure impact argument. And we could
wait, so
no, it's okay.
So Matt is like, you know, clarification solved. I feel like I
well,
know
that's
like,
I can talk about yeah.
Okay, no, go ahead. I was just like that was
no, you're okay. And
like, that was gonna be my interjection to that, but like if you were gonna say something about that, then
no, I kind of jumped through that. I can talk about the clarification.
Yeah,
I'll go back up.
Okay, yeah.
So for me, the clarification stuff is, I think I just am more persuaded by the NEG's interpretation of how this whole thing went down in the debate by the end of it. Like, I thought that what you did was good and smart in the clarifications, but when I tried to reconcile it with like your cross-ex questions and the 2AC, it seemed like the linked argument that they were making was there. Like, I think this is like most apparent on like the topicality flow in the 2AC. Like, there's such a strong push on T that's like, this is the last round of the topic, your ballot is a referendum on it.
That's fair.
And to say nothing else, one thing too is like, there is a defense, you're like you have this point about, well, CETA finals is gonna be like KBK, so I understand that pushback, but they also have one of these other arguments about the disrespect frame is like, what about all the teams that don't win? Like, there's a whole tournament that is going to be happening. This is one of their other ways that you devalue black argument, they say, is like, or like cause like an erasure essentially. It's like there's an entire CETA tournament that's taking place in addition to what's going to happen in the final round.
Okay, I feel like you may be giving that argument a little more weight than it was in 2NR, but like I think
it was like,
well, like I feel like I feel like the I feel like the argument. I feel like the gravity of the argument maybe.
No,
because when I was prepping for the 2NR, it's like I think like our defense was sufficient to that, but I guess you probably like, because I can understand like the argument's still there. I didn't think the argument in the 2NR was like that much of like a super duper hard impact. Which I guess why I was just like terminal defense. Really quick, sorry. Like terminal defense, like is clarification, but like I don't know. Maybe it's just like I don't know what everyone else feels, but I don't know. That was my interpretation of it.
And that's fair. And I think that there is defense to it.
Okay.
Like I'm saying, it's not like it's like completely over.
Okay.
Although I do think that like some parts of these arguments, there's like a lot less defense. Like the point about like the judge as critic evaluating the AFF, the moral hazard that plays. I think that's like a large show of the 2NR and not so much of the 2AR.
Okay, sure.
And then the like the devaluation stuff, the disrespect frame stuff.
Yeah,
that's
which is the
similar
seated stuff. Okay.
Yeah, similar point. So ultimately, that's why I tried to introduce it as like a grab bag thing. Like I'm viewing this as like 3 internal links to the same argument.
Okay.
As opposed to like this,
That's
like
just how
you're
you
outweighed by the
okay,
disrespect
sure.
thing. The point that I'm just trying to make is like the justifications that are given for why the condo thing outweighs are already, they're called into question by the NEG's alternative impact.
Yeah,
studies to
okay.
it. So the first one I said was this, what was it? Let's scroll down again. The NDT stuff. Second is like the, you know, if I feel uncomfortable about it.
Oh yeah, how does that argument play into the stuff from before actually?
This is the Carroll stuff. This is the relevance of the Carroll stuff.
Yeah, but like, so cause, okay, wait, how does that play? So like, if you're confused about like, you know, there is potential disrespect, you don't think the argument about like you being uncomfortable evaluating this argument has anything to play into that?
If I'm confused?
Or like, so your argument's like you feel like voting affirmative in this debate's bad because like watches the way you see that, right? There's like
well, yeah, that's one of the 3 like
yeah,
final round focus.
Yeah, so my question is
yeah.
like, do you think the uncomfortability stuff has anything to?
Like as link defense or something?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I don't view that as like a link defensive argument.
Okay, that's
because like I view the uncomfortability stuff in the 2AR more as like it's just their impact magnifier for like why I should feel comfortable voting on condo. It's like end their careers, you know, they fucked up big time, they dropped condo.
Well, they're juniors, but yeah.
Wait, what?
They're juniors.
Oh, they're
freshmen.
Okay, both
Oh,
them down.
Sophomore.
Both them down,
I didn't
whatever.
see
Yeah, sure, yeah.
They got
Okay,
so
yeah.
many kids.
Whatever.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Okay, you're good. Anything else that you think is of relevant and important?
Well, I would just say that's the place where I like to part is like there is this condo thing, but the justifications for why the condo impact should come before the other impacts, I think they've like impacted.
Okay, sure.
That's like the long and short of it. There's some more stuff typed up.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Y'all two, I don't know what's go first.
Cool. I had a similar way in which I broke down at least the CETA argument, and I ended up deciding that it weighs